Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to a show where I started playing my intro for myself and forgetting to go live. I'm a professional grifter. What a day, what a day. Plevin's masterpiece has been released, but alas, I can't get the Kindle version in Denmark. So I'll probably have to bite the sour apple, as we say in Denmark, and buy a paperback version. So Kissing Booth might be a thing, so I can cover the crazy expenses of getting a book that the excerpts I've read so far seems like my book that I'm writing right now at my third grade level English will be a lot better. What I've gathered so far is he really likes the bride price, and Colon is a hero. He is a star football player. And Chris Albert never allowed his kids to drink and drive because he killed a man. I don't remember that part of his testimony, but who am I to know? But that brain rot will happen later when I figure out a way to read his absolutely moronic book. He writes about himself and says that he's a very important person. Danish people don't steal. It's probably someone from Sweden. Swedish people are known kleptomaniacs. We had a Swedish queen married to our queen's mother, so our new king's grandmother, and she was a kleptomaniac. I'm just saying I have all the proof because of all the Swedes I know, and I know 3, one of them is a kleptomaniac. That is a very high percentage, so I would make a generalized statement about Swedes based on that. You check your prison pocket. Hey, hell-raising angel. But that is not the important thing today. Today we are going to go back to Dr. Ingolf Tuerk. how I think it's pronounced if it's German. A urologist who came to America late, found love in a lady who might be in it more for the money than for the love. Not that there's anything wrong in that. A lot of happy marriages started that way. But he ends up being married for 4 or 5 months to this lovely lady who then he barely touches her neck and she dies. And he then, because he's in fight and flight mode, put a few rocks in her pants and throw her in a pond. So far, nothing none of us haven't done on a Friday night. But we went into a little bit of the evidence at the scene yesterday. But why don't you very tight? Oh my! Oh, what is closed caption catching here? That sounds interesting. And then did I turn it down or is it just very low? No, it's just very low. What the police officer said, it looked like the bedroom door had been trashed. Something had been dragged through the house. So maybe he didn't just slightly tap her neck and she passed away. He might even have strangulated her a little bit more than that. So it's going to be interesting to see how much we get into. We learned from her her friend who is a girl, that she was in love with love. And she was marrying all of these men because she wanted to give her kids a good life. And then we learned from their neighbor that she gave garage cake, which apparently is something. She's my favorite. No idea. Oh, lyrics. I don't know what the garage cake is, but Danny T says it's a thing. But maybe it's only in the parts of the Americas where she is. You have to wait for the next message to say April's Fool, or we won't believe you. Why would a doctor make up that excuse? Has to be true. Again, he's medically trained. He can testify that great fun to judge who would go to prison. What? So, again, who hasn't been there on a Friday night where you end up having to drag things to a pond? Where is it? I'm such a professional. I thought my April 1st joke was better today. I shared this on X, and so far none of the antis have jumped on it. But it's my grifting amounts I want to be paid by the defense team. The biggest post is reading all of the Smurf tweets. I need 2.5 million for that. I am a weird person. Don't ask me why I do stuff. Oh yeah, and some Reiki. I don't know what Reiki is, but it's apparently some force field massage that she also did. You don't serve desserts in the garret like some ladies. Well, do you have some numbers, some DMs I can slide into? No, I mostly do my unaliving Friday nights, so you have the weekend to kind of get back to normal. Fa la 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 la. Hey, fella. And there's nothing wrong with a good, strong garden implement. Some men really like those types of people. By the way, did you all know that the sixth rule of Yellow Cottage Tale is odd things can add up to unreasonable doubt? He made a totally new legal standard that's called unreasonable doubt, which isn't a term in the court system, because that's just below reasonable doubt. You don't have to think about it. I'm gonna hate myself so much for saying yes to the mods that I would read this book. Judy V. Well, I have been taught the good book by Jamie, and she says Sunday is off day. Well, I don't know why I just I saw your name and it was perfect for it. Yeah, I have to, but again, you're the one who calls people. Call Amazon and say, release that Kindle in Denmark. And for those of you who are thinking, why aren't you covering the Karen Reed stuff? Because there's no Karen Reed stuff to cover. But it's the first day of trial. No, it's the first day of jury selection. There might be a showing of, like, do you have entrance prayers in America? We have that whenever we go to a church sermon. They will read the entrance prayer where they say, thank you, our Lord, for allowing us to come into your house today and teach us about you, or something like that. They will read those entrance prayer today saying, hey, this is what it is to be a jury. There's nothing in it today, and we won't have a jury. I don't think we'll have a jury for at least 2 weeks. Oh, Jamie, she has still banned the channel because she's mad that I am streaming with Valhalla. So if several people have offered to buy it for you. It's not the buying part that's the problem. The problem is that Kindle doesn't deliver it in Denmark. So I would have to get the paperback. And I'm just not sure I could live with myself having that book in my house. So I have to figure out. No, I didn't say just because she's giving cake that she's. I don't say she deserves it. Absolutely not. See, Dave Mom comes in. No good morning to me. Jamie, oh, she batters her lashes and everyone is, oh, it's Jamie. Her kids are hanging out in chat, so I'm just sending prayers to the children. Rest in peace. If they are here, yeah, it's no one deserves being unalived. That's for sure. But it doesn't change the fact that this is what the witness said yesterday. He was also, but I have to commend her because he was saying, hey, can I get some pictures of the enhancements? And she said no. So he has about as much game as Higgins have. Oh, aren't you sweet? Dave, I don't know where you've been. Every time Valhalla and Zach or Brandon have said, oh, we're going to buy Greenland, we pay $4 billion a year to keep that hole running. If you want it, I won't stop you. Yeah, I sent you a link, but you don't want to come. Don't come. Thank you, DSN, for a super stickety-stickety-doo of get Gup. Get Gup. It's a rhino. Thank you so much. And it's a green boy. Is the cameraman drunk today? And where's OnlyFan? Why? This guy is, I don't care that we changed the courtroom. I'm doing only clock and nothing else. No tiles, what's it called? Roof tiles? No, not roof tiles. Why can't attic? I know English speaky. Vorres stump, it's my pleasure. I can see a lot of other people are waiting for the jury instructions to be read, so I'm the odd dog, and you're all welcome to be odd dogs with me. Yeah, it's a little annoying, especially when I have it in front of me and at the side you are getting a little. Jamie, I have that special present for you that I promised you, and you don't want to stream with us anymore. It's because I made a deal with Valhalla that we are going to stream the opening statements from Karen Reed's trial 1. That'll be Thursday at noon. Thursday at noon, this case will be off Thursday, Friday. So Thursday at noon, Valhalla and I will go back, revisit the opening statements from both sides, stream them, and see what, if any, did Lally prove, and what do we think that the defense probably should try and tweak a little bit for the second go-around. But because I have this affiliation with Valhalla, Jamie has decided she will no longer participate. Go Buckeyes. Well, they had the beautiful clock. This is just some boring clock you can get in IKEA. I like the other one. Hey, Katie P. Jamie, why are you just lurking Tuesday? Tuesdays are made for baking. How dare you not come on here? We need something to look at besides Baker's nasty face. That's not nice. A stream that would feature nothing more than Bev talking is nothing I'd ever look forward to. Nope. I'm just sitting here thinking, because I saw Andrea Burkhardt was, I think she's gonna stream today about the openings, and I was about to write her, how long before we wish we had Lally back? And Lally was making my hair fall out as much as his own during the first trial. I just can't, especially with the motions that he files constantly, Brennan, and everything is just okayed, no matter how stupid it is. Yeah, I'm missing OnlyFan. You can say a lot about OnlyFan, but it's a swinger. Bada boom. I'm learning jokes from Zach. Hey, Spree, I am F-A-I-N-E. Leave it to Bev to even destroy picking a damn jury. I'm a Red Sox fan. Yankee smug and Jeter blows. Have a nice day. I am a Mets fan. Yeah. How's long to miss Lally in the snow? Thank you for covering this case. Oh, it's my pleasure, Joanna. And thank you for showing up and hanging out with us. Even though we might have a little fun sometimes, it's never meant in any disrespectful way. But we cover a lot of bad things, and that's why sometimes we make a little bit of fun. I know this room. He's being unshackled. He reminds me of some old wrestler. Red Sox are the worst fans in the world, just ask Jamie. I know any team that's not the Ohio State is the worst team in the world, if I ask Jamie. Hey, Mickey. Happy you're happy. Why is there so much room between him and his lawyer? I don't get that part. And it's going to be weird not looking at Paul O'Keefe's cojones a whole day. Thank you, Plola's mom. Don't give me AI and time, because I will make stupid things. I was up early. I was trying to get Plevin's book because 350 pages. I could probably have read that, so I was ready to do a review on it today. But sadly, I couldn't buy it. I quote Big Papi, this is our fucking city. I don't know who Big Papi is. Yankees have special bats to hit balls. Hey, Stacy Lapruno. He has a chin of steel. He has a quite distinct jaw. Hey, Tash. Yeah, it's Spanish for Dolph Lundgren. Yeah, there's some Dolph Lundgren over him. There's some German. No, it's the lead singer of Rammstein. That's the one he looks like. Well, he saved hundreds of lives. He only took one. Yeah, he's probably out looking for donuts. Why is the defense table so huge? Oh, the other defendant using it has 17 attorneys. Yeah, it looks different when there's not 4 attorneys and 1 defendant at the table. Why? Who? Is it Marissa? Marissa making you spit? Mm-hmm. Oh, Helen from Holland. Hello. Hey, Dizzy Grenade. Yes. We haven't had more than 6 or 7 witnesses so far because it's really slow. Well, Kurt was really slow and the friend was really slow. Du hast mich. Exactly. I like, they have a song called Große Dicken. I think that's the name, or maybe Großen Büsen. That's a good song. Tried to get tickets for this tour of Rammstein in Europe. It was sold out everywhere. I think Rammstein sells out faster in Europe than Taylor Swift. Hello, Sully Ivy. Doc's attorney is actually smarter than anyone in the room, in your opinion. I just don't like the way he's questioning. He gets in his own way. Oh, I think I've seen him on TV somewhere. Again, that's probably Marissa that made me do it. The sun is shining, I just got off work, and trial is in. Good times. Yeah, well, I have to stay inside, so I can't go out and enjoy it because I need to do my garden. Make it ready after the winter. You missed everything. You missed Jamie. I would go back and see because Jamie came on and gave me the good old talking to because I had been streaming with Valhalla and she, as you know, this doesn't like me streaming with Valhalla. So she came on, had a flip, yelled, screamed, and quit. So it was a little. I felt it was harsh the way she said things, but you can go back and watch it. I don't think I would want to go back. It was emotional. But That's Jamie. She's a mean one. Teach you more Spanish. La latas de tuna. Well, you haven't been doing my garden. So if you jump on a train, how long will it take it? 3.5 hours. I have some garden implements. You can just fix it up. I think I have some sodas in my garden shed. You can be fine.
Parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what she ended up screaming.
Thanks for accommodating the move. Is everything set up and ready to go? Any issues,
Not that we know of right now.
Mr. Reddington?
Oh, good.
Okay. The autopsy photos I took a look at, we can discuss those later. Mr. Reddington, you have a copy of the proposed photographs as well?
I do.
All right,
I'd like to
so-
do that tomorrow if we could.
Okay,
I anticipate that the ME is probably going to be going on first thing in the morning, so
Okay.
I would like to have some clarification later today if possible.
sure, we can do that. Anything else before we bring the jurors over? And is the Commonwealth planning to play the statement this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Reddington, you want the humane practice instruction?
Yes, please.
All right, including the portion that deals with Miranda? I think it is
Hey,
relevant.
Miranda. Miranda's not an issue.
Okay,
It's
so you
not a
don't
live
want that. Miranda rights were given as
I agree with
indicated
that.
yesterday, but you don't want that part of the
It's a
instruction
live
given.
issue, correct.
All right. Okay, so we can bring the jurors over.
What do I plant in my garden? I actually don't do much to my garden.
2 pieces of physical evidence this morning.
Just answering a
290,
question. Shut up.
Is the jeans and belt, and 291, no, 289, thank you.
Okay.
Is the shirt.
Thank you.
Both the defendant's clothing.
The tissue box looks like an Underberg box. If you're European, you know. No, I don't plant much in my garden. I'll buy boxes of like mixed flower seeds, and I kind of like to have it as wild as possible. I'll cut everything down in the spring, trim the roses and all of that. But other than that, I'll go over it now and again with a weed whacker. Other than that, I'll leave it as wild as possible in a little garden like mine, because I think it's nice that the bees have somewhere they can pot around and get some nectar. So I don't plant much in my garden. I try to keep it as wildling as possible. But every spring I go out and I do the big old, get all the dry stuff down, trim the roses, and then just clean it up a little bit, and then let everything just turn into flowers again. I do like it wild. That's not a lot. Someone is really having a bad day. Yeah. But no, I'm not the biggest garden enthusiast. Actually, I have a fence out here, and it's just, I never go out that way, but I would like to have either some flower pots or something out there so I can have some flowers that can, but the problem is it won't get sun till late in the afternoon, so maybe I need a Winesaw to advise me what flowers to put out there. And just to annoy my neighbor every time he walks past, you have to duck around it. Oh, that's better. Oh my. Oh my. Come on, get the coat on. Why are we just sitting here? I don't have enough room to have vegetables and stuff like that. That's nothing. So something with thorns for enforce. Maybe I should just string across from my roof to the fence, so I can do like an esplanade. There's a lot of suasion today. Oh, that's why Rianne was late this morning. She's out screaming at the neighbors. Where's OnlyFan?
Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record,
I have a lot
before
of
the court
lavender.
is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties that are present are 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Excuse me. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I'm glad you were able to get in okay. Let me just ask you first, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, if you are not, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. We'll take a morning recess this morning, and then we're going to go a full day, as I indicated yesterday. So we're going to stop for the day sometime around 4 o'clock. If you need a break for any other reason, just raise your hand. Okay, we've tried to set up this courtroom just like the other one as best we can, but obviously if you have any trouble seeing or hearing anything, again, just raise your hand and we'll try to rearrange things. Thank you. All right, Commonwealth want to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth
I
would
do have
call
some of
Anthony
those.
Vorres.
No, we're gonna go a full day today.
You just raise your hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Stand higher.
You may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Anthony Vorres, V as in Victor, O-R-R, E as in Edward, S as in Sam.
What's your date of birth?
10/18/1983,
Where do you live?
in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you currently do for work?
I am a hotel general manager.
How long have you been a hotel general manager?
For roughly over 3 years,
What are some of your duties?
I manage all aspects of a hotel operation, from guest facing to the back of house operations and all fiscal responsibilities of the property.
How long have you been in the hotel business?
Roughly 11 years.
Turning your attention to May of 2020, where were you working at that time?
The Residence Inn in Dedham,
Where is that located?
in Dedham, Massachusetts.
Do you know what street it's on?
I do not.
If I said 259 Elm Street, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long have you been working at the hotel in May of 2020?
For a short period of time, I was there on a task force assignment. The property did not have a general manager at the time, so I was overseeing the property until the full-time general manager could be found and hired, which that individual was hired roughly around March. And due to the onset of the pandemic, I had to stay at the property because my original property couldn't afford to have me come back at the time.
So to be clear, you that right?
Correct, roughly 2 weeks before the beginning of the pandemic.
And then once the pandemic hit, you were sort of forced to stay at the residence, and is that right?
Yes, and when the new full-time general manager started, I stayed there in a support role, just helping with essential basic duties.
It is 5 years ago, and he was just a what do you call it? A temp.
Can you describe the hotel?
Yes, it was an extended stay property, meaning that it was mostly for long-term guests. I can't recall how many rooms it was, but it was a nice, quiet property.
How many entrances and exits did the property have?
There was the main doors, and from what I recall, exit doors on both ends of the left and right of the building.
And in May of 2020, was there anything special about the main entrance based on the pandemic?
Yes, starting with the pandemic, the front doors were locked and guests needed to be walked in or buzzed in.
Would they be able to enter with their key card?
Yes, after check-in, they've been able to retrieve a key card, yes.
And in May of 2020, what was your role at the hotel at that point?
I was just there as essentially support. The general manager had been found, but because I couldn't go back to my...
I have a store across the road from me. They sell these boxes of assorted wildflowers, and it's easier to than go out and find them.
my property. I just assisted wherever the general manager asked me, whether it was covering the front desk or helping with other miscellaneous tasks.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you would do when you were in charge of covering the front desk?
Checking people in, checking people out, answering the phones. It was different from normal times because of the pandemic. It was a lot less formal, and because there was a smaller flow of guest traffic because of the pandemic, it was really just kind of manning the desk and just assisting the small amount of people that were coming through and leaving.
When you say it was a lot less formal, what do you mean?
In the sense that, you know, normally a typical front desk, you're not sitting down or, you know, you're dressed less formally just because of those small little things.
Can you explain to us what the process of checking someone in looks like?
Yes, normally you ask for identification, a form of payment, and essentially that's it. Those are the two key components.
At the time, how were reservations maintained? Was it a computer system, paper, or something else?
Computer system.
And are records of reservations routinely kept in the normal course of business at the
Yes.
hotel?
Yes.
And what do those records normally reflect?
The guest's name, their arrival date, their checkout date, any particular notes that the guest would like included on the reservation.
Turning your attention to May 6th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes.
At approximately 3:34 p.m., did you receive a reservation made under the name of Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
How was it made, if you can remember?
From what I recall, I believe he called into the hotel, seeing if we were open. A lot of hotels had closed during the pandemic, and I do recall making the reservation for him over the phone.
So you took that phone call.
Yes.
When was the reservation made for, if you can remember?
I can't recall the exact dates. I would say sometime in May.
And would the reservation information help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Your Honor, just for the record, I agree with the exhibit as far as record kept in ordinary course of business.
All right. Do you want me to make a finding, or you're agreeing
It's up
to
to
it?
you, Judge. I'm just saying, I have no objection to
All right.
the document that's.
I'm handing you what was pre-marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 279. If you could take a look at that, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
A reservation for a Marriott-based property management system.
Oh, the
And
Marriott.
what was the reservation
Fancy.
made for?
It was made for May the 8th through May the 17th.
Who was the reservation's name under?
Ingolf Tuerk.
And were you working on May 8th when the defendant checked in?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you please identify him with a article of clothing that he's wearing?
A striped tie, blue.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
I would just note for the record, Your Honor, identification is not an issue, so it's not necessary to keep going through that.
All right.
What phone number was given for the reservation?
617-694-8962.
And what other information does that reservation contain about anybody else staying in the room?
Katie Tuerk, also in room, okay to give keys.
When the defendant checked in on May 8th of 2020, can you please explain what happened to the best of your recollection?
From what I recall, I let Mr. Tuerk into the hotel to check in, and I checked him in. And then I recall Mrs. Tuerk coming into the hotel afterwards.
Do you remember what she looked like?
Kind of reddish brownish hair, tall, slender.
What type of surveillance video did the hotel have in May of 2020?
There was a camera system. I can't recall how many cameras, but it was housed in the back of house. Is usually accessible by the property, the general manager. And it had footage of the check-in counter, various hallways, and other public access points.
What about the parking lot? Was there any camera?
I don't recall.
What about where the guest rooms are? Do you recall if there were any cameras in the hallways where the guest rooms were located?
Possibly. For that property specifically, I can't remember.
What about the camera in the front entranceway? Was there a camera there?
Yes.
Oh, she's so slow.
And have you had the opportunity to review the surveillance video from May 8th of 2020 when you checked in the defendant and Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put Exhibit 278 on the screen?
Okay. And again, this has been agreed to?
Yes, Judge, I agree to all the videos.
Do you want the lights turned down?
Please, Your Honor. And that video we just watched, is that a fair and accurate representation of the defendant walking into the hotel on May 8th of 2020 in order to
Yes.
check in?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video.
What? He's wearing Jesus sandals, insta guilty. I can't respect a man in Jesus sandals. I had way too many school teachers in the 80s who wore the same sandals this man had.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video.
Oh, come on now.
And was that the woman who you described as Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
On the video with the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you please play the next video?
Hey, Brybear, and welcome. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. 6. 666 months, 666 months. It's a long, long time, so thank you so much.
And is that just that video that was just shown, is that just a different angle of the defendant checking in on May 8th of 2020?
Correct.
Who else was in that video?
Prior?
Besides the defendant, who else? Were you seen in the video?
Yes, myself, yes. Yeah.
And Dizzy Grenade just wanted to up the stakes 11 months. Thank you so much for 11 months. Have you noticed that everyone at the hotel desk is a manager? I think the bare minimum standard is the ability to make a key card. Well, what is it they say? Well, we say it in Denmark. Instead of giving you a pay rise, they give you a title. And then they'll say, now you are the supervising first annual manager with speciality. And people say, oh, yeah, you can get a new business card. Can I get more paycheck? No, we're giving you a new business card.
I noticed that there was some plexiglass across the reservation. Was that always in place?
For the pandemic, yes, because it was the early time of the pandemic.
So some of us had a rough
Plexiglass
pandemic.
was placed after the pandemic hit, is that correct?
Correct.
In that video, we also noticed that you got up from your seat behind the reservation desk and walked over to the door. What were you doing at that time?
So let Mr. Tuerk in.
And is that because the doors still had to be locked because of the pandemic?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
The court is live now. If you want to go watch the court, read the jury instructions, I can recommend CBS Boston is showing it. Andrea Burkhardt is covering it. Melanie Little is covering it.
Do you want to call your next?
Ailish Wilkie, please.
JSTV, I don't think she's saying anything relevant other than just your instructions.
And that important. Subject may ebb and flow, so the crimes will be explained to you in greater detail. Mr. O'Keefe, justice simply does not. Yes.
Your Honor, this is 22-117 McConnell versus.
She's just reading the jury instructions, but if you want to go watch it, I can recommend those people. All of them are doing great work. There's probably even more people covering it. The Clara is covering it. Andrea, I mentioned her. Tommy is covering it. Who else?
If you can stand here, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
No, that was
Do you
yesterday.
solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
NBC 10. I don't know who that is.
Morning. Could you please state your
Oh, I can't recommend you going watching it with Masshole Mafia. She has 673 people watching. Imagine there's so many people without intelligence. And apparently she's streaming it together with Boundless Millennial, whoever that is, because they have the same graphic. And both of them forgot the little thing that you can't just restream, because that's against YouTube TOS.
name and spell your first and your last name for the record.
Sure. It's Ailish Wilkie, Ailish, and the last name Wilkie.
And are you employed currently?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for Beth Israel Leahy Health as their Director of Patient Safety and Risk Management.
What is patient safety and risk management?
It's a position within healthcare that ensures that we provide the safest possible care to our patients while adhering to their rights as patients and also minimizing risk to an organization.
And prior to working at Beth Israel,
Oh, that's the one.
I worked for the Steward Healthcare.
What's the name of that weirdo in Holland? Jack, Joe, something. I watched him one day. I don't know why, but he was covering something I can't read. And I thought, oh, let me see what it was. He had 26 people sitting there, and then he had a guest on about the Idaho case. No, the Indiana case, the Delphi case. Then he lost an argument to his guest, got so mad that he told his mod to ban everyone who didn't agree with him. So we were 22 people left. He's a weirdo.
System, primarily at Norwood Hospital.
how long did you work for Norwood or Stewart in general?
I worked for Steward for approximately 4 years, Norwood for approximately 3 years.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Holly.
When you were at Norwood?
I was the Director of Quality, Patient Safety, and Risk Management.
So essentially what you just described?
Yes.
Okay. And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become aware that Dr. Ingolf Tuerk was a patient at Norwood Hospital?
I was.
And approximately what time was that?
I think it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon.
And what was your role with regard to Dr. Tuerk at that time?
In my role within the organization, anytime there was legal involvement at the hospital, regulatory agencies or police, they would call me and I would be the intermediary between those individuals and the hospital staff.
And did you have the opportunity to do that on May 15th?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you do on May 15th?
At approximately, I think I said it was 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the director of the emergency department, the nursing director, that they had had a patient come in who was unresponsive, and there were police looking to ask questions specific to that patient. So she called and I presented to the emergency room.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with the police on May 15th?
I did.
And on May 16th, what, if anything, happened on that day?
So the following morning, I received a phone call from a detective from Dedham asking me about the status of Dr. Tuerk, who was the patient at the time.
And were you able to provide her with information?
I was.
And what was that information?
That he had woken up at some point in the overnight hours.
Okay. And were you aware that the police wanted to speak with him?
I was.
Did you go to the hospital on Saturday the 16th?
I did.
She's a strong woman.
Did you see Dr. Tuerk?
I did.
Where was that in the hospital?
Nope.
The first time I saw him, he was in the intensive care unit.
And were you able to speak with him?
I did not speak with him at that time.
All right. Were you able to observe him?
I was.
And was he awake at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time that was?
I don't know exactly what time, but I believe I arrived at the hospital at around 11:30.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with him later in the day?
I did.
And was that somewhere else, or was that still in intensive care?
That was in a different unit in the hospital. He was transferred out of the intensive care unit to a medical unit.
Okay. And did you speak with him at that time?
I did.
And what did you tell Dr. Tuerk?
I introduced myself and let him know who I was within the hospital and that I was providing him with, at the time, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it that had called the emergency department the day prior to leave their information for him when he awoke.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened with that piece of paper?
It was on a Post-it note, and I provided it to Dr. Tuerk.
And did he take it from you?
He did. He looked at it and then threw it on the floor.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I was communicating with the state police detective. He had requested to speak with Dr. Tuerk. At the time, we were in the height of COVID, So nobody was to speak with him until he had been ruled out for COVID. So a COVID test was performed. It was sent to the laboratory to be read. During that time, we essentially waited. He had various consultations in the hospital and care as usual.
And did you explain to Dr. Tuerk that the police wanted to speak with him?
I did.
And how did you do that?
So later in the afternoon, approximately 3 p.m., I indicated to Dr. Tuerk that the police were there and would like to speak to him about the day prior, and asked him if he was willing to speak with the police. He indicated yes.
And when you say he indicated yes, did he say that verbally or by nodding or?
He verbally said yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did you feel like you were having any difficulty communicating with Dr. Tuerk?
No, I did not.
All right. And can you describe Dr. Tuerk's demeanor when you were meeting with him?
Appropriate. He was quiet, but very polite.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put up exhibits number 63 and 64?
Thank you so much, Holly Mac. Thanks for the best wishes from a sister. We truly appreciate it. No, I really hope that because those flesh-eating diseases, it's kind of new that we hear about it, but it's horrible what it does to people. And I really hope they have something that can help with it. The only thing I've really seen is maggots, no matter how scary that or weird that sounds. That's the only thing I've ever seen really do it, because it takes the necrotic flesh. But I do actually hope that it'll go over soon, and then getting the widow on top of it all. Luckily, it wasn't as scary as we thought back in the day.
Ms. Wilkie, do you recognize what is contained in exhibit number 63?
It appears to be the family waiting room. On the unit, they look identical, so I can't say exactly what floor it was, but it's the family waiting room on the medical unit that Dr. Tuerk was on.
Okay, and could we have exhibit 64, please? And do you recognize 64?
Yes,
What is that?
that is the signage outside of the family waiting area.
Okay. We can have the lights back on, thank you. And what, if anything, happened in the family waiting room?
I escorted Dr. Tuerk into the family waiting room when the police detectives were ready to question him. I remained outside, and he was being questioned by police.
Okay. And when you say you escorted, how did he arrive? Was he in a wheelchair, or in a hospital bed, or?
No, he was walking to the unit. I believe I asked if he was able to walk to the unit. Had he needed a wheelchair, I would have provided one.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he leave the family waiting room?
Yes, they did take a break at one point. I don't know what time that was or after how long, I apologize, but there was a break. I brought him back to his patient room and provided him with a ginger ale.
Just a minute, please, Your Honor.
You may.
Correct. Protect patients. And had he
Ms. Wilkie, if you thought that Dr. Tuerk was not understanding you, would you have acted differently?
absolutely.
And why is that?
Because my ultimate goal is to protect patients. And had he indicated that he did not want to speak with police, I would not have allowed that. If we felt that he wasn't able to speak with police, he would not have spoken with them.
All right, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Morning.
Good morning.
So basically what the takeaway is that your job is to, in effect, protect your patients.
Correct.
You do a good job of that.
I think
Talk to
so.
the police in this case?
Yes.
To make sure that Harry was all right and that he was able to speak with the police.
Yes.
And that you did in fact hand him, I guess, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it.
Correct.
You remember the name of the attorney?
I do not.
Is he a divorce attorney, do you know? And
I don't know.
in any event, you handed it to him and he just threw it on the floor.
Correct.
And in all of his dealings with you, you had no trouble understanding what he was saying, right?
Correct.
His speech was clear. He did
Correct.
not appear at that point to be impaired by drugs or alcohol.
Correct.
Do you know why he was admitted to the hospital?
I do.
And what was that?
He was found unresponsive.
And acute alcohol poisoning?
I did not read his medical record.
Oh, okay.
I'm not clinically trained, so my
okay.
job is on the opposite side of healthcare and not on the clinical side.
All right. In all of your dealings with him, he was a gentleman?
Is he angling for that the statement he gave to the police when he admitted he did it was because he was still drunk? Is that what he's trying to get to? Because he's been asking people about this, his BAC level, but it wasn't the same day they were asking him.
Unemployed.
Absolutely.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Nothing further,
All right,
thank
you
you.
may step down, thank you.
Well, Holly Mac, we fingers crossed it'll get better soon. And
Trooper Kotkowski, please.
Kotoski, haven't we heard that name before too? Well, every cop in Boston is connected somehow.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. so
Oh, a
help you
bald
God.
cop.
Thank you.
He must be from Canton.
Good morning.
Morning. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name's Jeffrey Kotoski. My last name is spelled K-O-T-K-O-W.
The Massachusetts, they actually did. It was the EMTs who took them to the hospital, but because of his severe alcohol poisoning, they couldn't treat him at that hospital. That's why he was moved to another hospital the same day.
W-S-K-I.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. I don't know if that's fine or not.
Lady, if you could do the same with your mic, everything would be better.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a member of the Massachusetts State Police
How long have you worked for the
We could tell by the haircut.
since March of 2012.
And prior to working for the state police, where, if anywhere, did you work?
I was a police officer at Boston University
How long did you work at Boston University?
for about 4 years.
And what's your current rank?
I'm currently a sergeant.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Unresolved Cases Unit.
What is that?
We conduct investigations on unsolved cases, unsolved homicides, unidentified people, unsolved rape cases
And how long have you been doing that?
for a little over 1 year.
And do you have any particular geographic area that you're assigned to?
Thank you, Serenative.
Yes, I'm assigned to Norfolk County.
And prior to being assigned to the unresolved unit, what was your assignment?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
Drama, llama, I'm going to pour water on my computer to fix an SSO issue. Drama llama, come on, Jamie, release the member chat. Jamie sadly has left the channel. She got angry that Valhalla had been on too much. So I don't know if she will ever release member chats. She will hold them hostage till I deny Valhalla access to the channel. But don't put water on a computer. It doesn't fix it.
And when were you promoted to sergeant?
November of 2024.
And how long were you assigned to the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office?
I started there in July of 2016.
And when you were assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
Alcohol's level in the body takes several hours to decrease. Think of the math they did in Karen Reed's first trial about her level of intoxication. Yeah, there was only 117% between the highest and the lowest. Very clear math. But I believe it was a couple of days later that he was interviewed because he was in an alcohol-induced coma Did he have a BAC at 3 point something? Did we hear that, or did I read that somewhere? But thank you, Mike. A lot off the top. No, yeah, got it. You're done. Yeah, it's just JBH. Yeah, you're having a good day. See, Jamie is just making fun of you now, Brandon.
Office detective unit, what were your typical responsibilities?
The primary function for me was we investigated sudden or suspicious deaths within Norfolk County.
Have you seen Jamie in a long time? I haven't.
And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become involved with an investigation in Dover?
Yes.
And on May 15th, what type of investigation was it?
At that time, it was a missing person investigation.
And what was your role?
I was assigned to be the case officer.
Yes.
And when you say case officer, what does that mean?
That means I was assigned to be the lead detective on the case.
And would there be other detectives who would be involved?
Yes.
And where would they be from?
From local towns. In this case, it was the Dover Police and the Dedham Police.
And would there be other troopers that would be involved?
Yes.
And where would they come from?
They would come from the unit I was in, the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County. And there's also troopers from crime scene services that also assisted in this case.
Brandon, you can walk on water. 9% as mean as Jamie and 96% Swasia. Today is the day to go play the ponies.
And can you explain the relationship between the Massachusetts State Police and local towns with regards to missing persons or unintended deaths?
Yeah, so we work hand in hand with local law enforcement almost on a daily basis. We work together on all those cases.
Okay. So on May 15th, on Friday, May 15th of 2020, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was I went to the Dover Police Station.
And about what time of day was it?
It was early evening.
And what did you do while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So I conducted a phone interview with Stephen Rucker. And I also interviewed Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, Vincent.
And was that on the phone with Vanessa Pettigrew?
No, that was in person at the station.
And when you met with Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, what, if
don't
anything,
drink.
happened during that interview?
She consented to her cell phone to be extracted, the data from her phone.
And did she sign paperwork in connection with her cell phone?
She did.
There's a minute, please.
Yes.
Really wish that they would up the audio, because the audio was good on his mic, then Lorne and Grimm turned it down, and also turning down the attorney's mic even more. And now they forgot to turn the audio back on.
In Dover that evening. And who else was present when you interviewed Mr. Fanninsteel? Was that in person or on the phone? Okay. And what, if anything, happened with regard to Kurt Fanninsteel during that interview? Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do on Friday the 15th? What were the search warrants for? Okay, and what was your understanding about whose iPhone the search warrant was for?
Approximately 4.
And were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
Approximately what time were those search warrants executed?
So the search of the hotel and the home on Valley Road was approximately 4 a.m.
So we're now into the 16th?
Correct.
Okay. So 4 a.m. into the 16th, search warrants were executed at Valley Road and at the Residence Inn?
Correct.
And were you present during the search warrant execution?
I was present for the search warrant at Valley Road.
And who else was present at Valley Road?
Other members from the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County, as well as crime scene services and local law enforcement.
What is crime scene services?
They're troopers who document evidence with photographs and collect evidence.
And approximately how long were you at 29 Valley Road on the 16th?
Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. And did you do anything else in the early morning hours of the 16th?
No.
And what, if anything, happened later in the day on May 16th?
So later in the day, I went to Norwood Hospital.
About what time did you go to Norwood Hospital?
It was late morning, early afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with when you first went to Norwood Hospital?
When I first went there, I met with some Dedham detectives.
And then after that, well, who were the Dedham detectives?
Detective Poro, Detective Gonski, and Detective Mahoney.
And was that inside the hospital or outside the hospital?
Outside in the parking lot of the hospital.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So I met with Ailish Wilkie after that
And where did you meet with Ailish Wilkie?
in the parking lot.
Was it easy to get into the hospital during that time period?
No,
Why not?
because of COVID-19.
And after meeting with Ailish Wilkie, what, if anything, happened?
I ended up going into the hospital into a family waiting room.
Was that right then, or was it later in the day?
It was later in the day.
And when you went into the family waiting room, what, if anything, happened?
So at that time, I had an interview with the defendant.
Okay. And who else was present?
In the room at that time, it was myself and Detective Kotoski from Dedham Police.
And how did the defendant end up in the waiting room?
He walked into the waiting room.
How was he dressed?
He was dressed in a hospital gown.
And were you able to see him coming into the room?
Yes.
Did he have any difficulties walking?
No.
And can you estimate his height and width?
I'd say he's well over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds.
All right, Ms. Gilman, could we please have Exhibit 65? Trooper, what can be seen in Exhibit number 65? Or, sorry, I'm sorry.
So that's a view from the hallway looking into the family room that we were in.
Okay, and could we, 66, please? What is in 66?
That's a view from inside of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit 67? What can be seen in this?
Again, that's inside the family waiting room with a view towards the hallway.
Can you explain, was there furniture in this room on May 16th?
Yes, there was just chairs around the perimeter of the room.
How many chairs were there approximately?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And when you said they were around the perimeter, where was the defendant seated when you were speaking with him?
He was seated with his back directly to the glass that looks out to that hallway,
Okay. And where were you seated?
across from him, facing from the viewpoint here, facing that
The
hallway.
viewpoint that you had?
Yes,
And where was Detective Donskey seated?
she was to my right next to me.
And could we please have Exhibit 68? What is this?
It's another photo of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit number 69?
This is the most 90s poster in the world.
Another photo of the family waiting room with the door shut.
You can have the lights back on, thank you. Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was,
How was it recorded?
with a portable audio recorder.
Where was the portable audio recorded located?
This is going that they're going to play the interview where he admits he unalived her. So and it's probably to prevent the defense to bring up he was somehow forced to do it.
I believe it was on a
Again, the same thing. The only thing relevant to this is how drunk was he when they asked him, and do you have a recording? And they're going to play the recording.
table next to Detective Gonski on our right side.
Okay, was it between you and Detective Donskey or farther away from you, closer to Detective Donskey, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, it was on the right side of her on a table.
Okay. And how were you dressed?
I was in plain clothes, shirt, tie, dress pants.
And did you have any protective gear on at that time?
I was wearing a face mask.
What kind of face mask were you wearing?
And 95,
Okay. And what about Detective Donskey and the defendant? Did they have masks on?
they did.
All right. And did you provide the defendant with his Miranda warnings?
I did.
May I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a waiver of Miranda form.
And do you recognize any signatures on it?
I do.
What signatures do you recognize?
I recognize my signature, Detective Gonski's signature, and the defendant's signature.
What's the date and time?
5/16/20, 5:21 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to play exhibit number 4, which is the statement.
Can we post that?
PTSD by Courtroom. My pleasure, DB. Just wish we had better audio.
About statements allegedly made by the defendant, Mr. Tuerk, concerning the crime that he is charged with. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that the defendant made the statement, that he is alleged to have made, and number two, that he made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by a defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including his intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. So to state the general rule once again, you may not consider any statement that the defendant is alleged to have made unless the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant made the statement and that he made it freely, voluntarily, and rationally. If the Commonwealth has met that burden, then you may consider the defendant's statement and rely upon it as much or as little as you think proper, along with all of the other evidence in this case. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. Could you give the additional instruction? I should have asked when you were side. You can approach it. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Another sidebar. They're getting their steps in today.
You are not, which means that some information was excised or taken out of the
Oh, that's the part where there's
excised or have what we call redactions in them, which means that some information was excised or taken out of the exhibit, whether it's a written document, perhaps a audio tape, etc. You are not to speculate as to what was taken out of any one document, and that is because it was taken out for reasons that are not relevant to your consideration of the evidence, and or the information that was taken out is not admissible in the courts of our Commonwealth. So please don't speculate if there's an area that has been whited out or perhaps even blacked out. Don't speculate at all. Okay.
Your Honor, can you pass out the binders at this time for the jurors?
Yes.
Mr. One for the court and Mr. Reddington if you'd like one.
Okay, and this is an agreed transcript of the interview that's about to be played?
Yes.
Okay, so George, you're going to get a transcript of the interview that's about to be played? And you're going to mark one as well?
I think one's marked already, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so jurors, one has been marked as an exhibit as well, so you'll have that with you when you deliberate.
Can we get everyone on the same mic as the judge? Because then we can hear something. Afternoon, Dodo. You haven't missed much. They were just laying foundation for this piece of audio they're going to play. And audio has been just as bad as always.
All right, Ms. Gilman, thank you.
I'm Detective Deborah Gonski. I work on the Dedham PD.
What?
Dedham Police Department?
We just want to come and talk to you, we transported from the hotel to the North Hospital yesterday morning. We want to talk to you about that, okay? The past couple of weeks. So before we do, I want you to know that we do have a recorder to record our conversations, okay? And also, before you talk to us, you do have rights. Excuse me. I apologize. Detective, is the recorder on?
Yes, it's on, it's now on.
So I'm just going to introduce myself on the record, okay? And Detective Gonski will introduce herself. All right, we'll have you introduce yourself by just saying your name, your last name, and spelling for us, okay? All right, it is Saturday, May 16th, 5:19 p.m. We are on the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Jeff Kotoski. My last name is spelled K-O-T-K-O-W-S-K-I. I work out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. With me here is
Detective Deborah Gonski, G-O-N-S-K-I, and I'm a detective with the Dedham Police Department.
And sir, can you say your first and last name for us, please? Ingolf Tuerk, T-U-E, okay. And Ingolf, like I was explaining to you earlier, we want to talk to you about, the recent past couple days. And before we did, I wanted to read you your rights. Okay, you have rights. So what I'll do, I'll give you a copy of this, and I'll read a copy to you, and we'll have you sign that you understand your rights. So why don't you take that copy? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. That I have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have a lawyer with me while I'm questioned by the police. And if I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before questioning, if I wish. And then if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop questioning at any time. You understand those rights? Yes, sir. All right, having heard your rights. You wish to have a conversation with us?
Yes.
Okay. So I just need you to sign that. So I'll give you a pen. So what you gotta do is, so next to I, just put your initials. Let's stop line that. And I'm gonna fill my name, but my name will be right there with you, Kotoski, Mass State Police, okay? Then your rights that you said you understood, and at the bottom here, where it says signature, you can just sign. And you can get up with me, so I know it's up the best. There's no table in there. And you put the date, if you don't mind, it's 5/16/20. And
5/21.
it's 5/16/20, 5/21 p.m.
21.
p.m., yes. Thank you. Okay.
I'm wondering, are they gonna bring up his affiliation with Proctor? It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but to kind of show how bad a cop he is. I don't know, but he is in the. I'm going through her phone looking for Knud's text.
All right, so Harry, we were looking at the hotel record, and it seemed like you checked in around the 8th.
No, there's no evidence that he was still drunk.
And you were booked for another few days. And we know that you have a home in Dover, so if you could tell us, why you were staying at the hotel, kind of take us through that.
Staying at the hotel because I have to stay away from the house.
Okay.
And that's why I'm staying in the hotel.
All right. Why are you away from the house?
Sorry?
Why are you staying away from the house?
As far as I understand, because of the criminal charges have been filed against me with bail conditions.
Okay. All right. Can you talk a little bit more about those criminal charges? What's going on?
My wife accused me of having been violent.
Okay. And then she, what happened? She reported to the police?
Yes.
Okay.
And they decided to divorce and early February, yes.
Early February. And just so we have it right, can you tell us your wife's name?
Kathleen, Kathleen.
Yep.
McLean, Tuerk.
McLean?
McLean, Tuerk.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about that. When did you meet Kathleen?
And did I meet her?
Yeah, when did you meet her? Where? All that?
November 2017.
November 2017. Okay. How did you meet?
Online dating.
Online dating? You remember what website you used?
I believe it was Bumble.
Bumble. Okay. During that time, were you living in Dover at that time?
Yes.
You were at the same house on Valley Road.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, who were you living with?
I'm good.
You were living by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So November 2017, you meet Kathleen out on Bumble, and then you guys start dating.
Yep.
Okay. And eventually, did she move in, or did you guys get married? Tell me a little bit about that.
She moved in with her 3 children.
Okay. Can you go approximate time?
I believe it was April 2018.
Okay. And can you tell me the names of her children?
Sophia, Grace, and Sam.
Do they all share the same last name?
McLean. No, they do hang up. I think their name is ROCCA.
Okay. Alright. So you guys meet November 2017, April 2018, she moves in with her 3 children to your home.
A Brady issue letter has been sent in this case. The defense then tried to get access to Proctor's text. Beverly Canoni wouldn't grant that request. So Proctor is connected to this case. How much? Probably not that much, but he is connected. The Brady letter was filed, and they did try and get access, but I don't think we're going to see him in the room. For those of you who want updates on the Reed stuff, Aiden is in the room. He's saying that he's close to 50 jurors. They were asked if they knew about the Reed case, and everyone but one put up their signs. We won't have a jury today, I can tell you that. But out of the first bunch, no one was connected to anyone in this case, which probably in Canton is statistically impossible.
Okay. And then you tell me that you had a divorce in February. So can you tell me a little bit about the relationship? You know, what was going on?
The relationship was mostly good. On the other hand, there was a lot of volatility as far as fights is concerned.
Two reasons why people don't shut up. One, they are smarter than the cops. They can fix all of these problems. Just let me talk and I can talk my way out of it. We see this in court every single trial almost. They always have an explanation, and when they start going against what they were saying, go back to Jen. Go back and watch Jen McCabe's testimony. She is the smartest woman in the room. She can explain everything the defense asked of her. And then she starts contradicting herself. And then she has to make up new lies. And it'll just build. We see that in so many cases. And it's the same in Denmark. They have every right to not say anything. And the defendants who doesn't talk and let their lawyer talk oftentimes have way better defense than people who go up and say, yeah, what you don't see is this is the real reason. Because a lot of times they'll talk themselves into prison because they are not as smart as they think themselves. The other people who talk to the popo are people who think, well, the cops are good guys. That's the reason. But most criminals who get thrown in jail for talking too much is because they believe they are smarter than you are.
Mostly originating from her in terms of getting emotional, fights.
Yeah.
That I often try to walk away from. But nevertheless, we had a bit of a good time.
92 people is a lot to get through. They have a lot of questions they have to ask all of them, and they are sitting there waving their paddles around.
We talked about marrying in December 2019. We married.
Okay.
In Las Vegas.
Okay.
No,
December 2019, you guys are married?
no, they don't answer the questions asked because, I just have to put this little bit more information on, and then they will see it's totally different. The cops don't care. They just want you to admit to all your guilt, and then they'll hammer you. You would be way better off saying, no habla español, I'm waiting for my lawyer.
In Vegas, and you still live in the home in Dover?
Correct.
Okay.
My work situation changed significantly, and it looked like I have an opportunity to work back in Germany, where I'm originally from.
Okay.
And I talked with her about that, and she was not very, very receptive of me going to Germany, or she going to Germany with me, and with her two children. So there was a lot of talk about divorce because it doesn't look like that we can move forward together, being separated that far away from each other.
Yep.
And I spoke with a lawyer in January about divorcing her potentially. She found out somehow, got very angry, got a restraining order against me, filed for divorce herself, and filed charges against me.
Okay. Let's just back up a little bit. So you say you're from Germany?
Yes.
Okay, when did you move to the United States?
2007 or 2002.
Okay. So did you resign? Were you fired? How would you go into say?
Mutually agreed to terminate the contract, yeah.
Okay. And what was your title over there at St. Edith's?
Chief of Urology until end of 2018.
Okay. And just going back to the absence, when was the absence? How long was that for? Do you know any idea?
Sorry, what?
A leave of absence you took?
I started the 1st of June, all the way to December.
Of what? So June 2019 through December 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that takes us to December when you guys end up going to Vegas to get married?
Right.
Okay. Like you said, you're having a troubled relationship. This is recently. I mean, this is only a few months ago.
Right.
Okay. And ultimately, in January, Kathleen filed for divorce.
I think early February.
Early February.
Yeah. But I talked to a lawyer before that, and she found out that I would consider doing that, and then she kind of jumped ahead and did her thing.
Gotcha. So when that all happened, did you stay in the home? Did you go anywhere?
No, she got a restraining order first thing. I had to go.
You had to go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And where did you end up going?
Went first to a friend in town, in Dover.
Friend in Dover, okay. What's his or her name?
Charlie Lax.
Charlie Lax.
Lax.
Okay. And he's in Dover?
Yeah, he lives in Dover.
When would you say that was about?
Again, it was probably the first 2 weeks in February.
Okay.
I was with him, then he asked me to leave. And I went to a friend at Boston, Beacon Street.
In the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who that friend, the name?
Richie Kobitz. Richie Kobitz, C-O-B-I-T-Z, I believe. I'm not sure about his name.
Okay, that's fine.
Then,
So how long were you with him for? About, I know you might not know the exact time.
probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay.
Then I went to Germany for a consultant job, mid-March. But then COVID basically hit hard, and it was suggested for other US citizens to come back. So 5 days after I left here, I came back.
Okay.
To the United States. At that time, COVID was significantly around, and no friend would give me any kind of option to go somewhere, so I went to a hotel in Norway.
Okay. What hotel was that? You remember the name?
St. Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn? Okay.
I went there.
So that's, we're gonna.
Do you know that song Gold Digger? Probably that's why. He had money, and it looks like she was chasing a lifestyle, because she was also hooking up with a dentist after they separated. So it seems like she was kind of looking for a man with a certain lifestyle that could accommodate hers. But it's just weird that he's going back to Germany to work. But I don't know. They're probably not allowed to mention his Medicaid scandal. And that's probably why he had to go back to Germany to try and find some work, because he couldn't get some in America.
The ballpark that maybe around like late March?
Yeah, mid to late March.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Surprise in this case.
Because I don't have an income and hotel is expensive, I looked for other options to stay. A friend of mine has a camper in Florida and offered to me to go to Florida and stay free at the camper, basically.
Okay.
Which I did.
Sounds like a good deal.
That was not my first choice, but I didn't know where to go. Nobody was willing to give me any kind of, I was practically homeless, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, no, I get it. Plus you said
the
the
hotel wasn't a good situation either. It's expensive, as I said, and there's no real option to book anything or something, so I went to Florida.
Okay. What part of Florida?
Rockledge. That's mid-Florida.
Mid-Florida?
It's
What's that?
East Coast, right over Orlando.
Yeah.
Probably on the East Coast.
Okay. Oh.
So I went there until a week ago, I believe, and I came back up.
Were you driving or were you flying?
I was driving.
Driving.
All the way to New York, and then Katie would come with her ex-husband and pick me because I started to have leg issues.
Okay.
My leg, nerve issues.
Yeah.
She offered to come.
All right.
Because as I was in Florida, we started to consider reconciliation.
How much you got to talk him through phone or internet or how we
No, it was all lawyers.
through the lawyers? Okay.
Yes. So that was all.
Because we're listening to an audio recording of his police interview, but I think it's audio hasn't been great today, and his accent makes it a little hard. I'm not a fan of people with accents.
Okay.
So yes, I came back up.
Can men be gold digger? I'm newly divorced, and the men I meet want me to invest in their business ideas and send them gift cards. Yes, and those who want you to send business cards, stay away from them, because they sit in Nigeria and is catfishing you. Do what Megan Fox told. Go to the library, go to the DMV, meet a good guy. Don't go on the internets, and that Nigerian prince isn't a Nigerian prince. But men can be gold diggers. Just go and look at there's a place in Africa that's very, very famous for especially older ladies from Europe going down there and having a boy toy. We don't talk as much about that as we talk about the men going to Thailand and having a girl toy, but it happens. And of course, men can be gold diggers too. If anyone is loaded out there and within, let's say, 5 years of their death, to get me a green card and I can inherit their estate, I'm willing to do certain services. I'm just saying, hit me up in DMs.
Okay, so just so I understand, so I don't mistaken. So you're in Florida, you start speaking to Katie through the divorce lawyers.
The divorce lawyers.
How to possibly get, reunited, get things back.
Right. And she was receptive to that idea, and so worked with the lawyers of trying to work things out.
Okay.
Over a post-nuptial agreement to give her more rights on the house and give us safety and security.
Okay. I see. If something were to go bad again, you guys are going to do it. I see.
You know that she asked us.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the same all day, every day, with the same. They're just reading questions, people are answering, and they are writing down the numbers. It's gonna be the same again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after. You're not gonna get anything new during the questionnaires or during the what years.
Okay, the house can't just be, which she didn't because she ordered the restraining order. I got to take out that she was obviously afraid of, not being secure. Which I agree, that's not a good idea as a husband and wife.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you start, what are you driving at this point?
I was driving the silver Mercedes
Mercedes?
GL 550. Really kept the Jeep.
Okay. So you drive back up, you said you haven't been any delay. Tell me about that. You called Katie or?
No, we checked in with the lawyers and said, yeah, can she help? And then she said, yeah, she can help.
Okay. Again, through the lawyers. And she met you, said in New York. Okay. You remember where that meet was?
No. The lot outside north of New York, going on the 95 interstate.
Oh, so just on like a rest area or something like that?
Right.
I see. Okay. And how did that Ben went?
Came on up and drove to the hotel that I booked.
Did she drive you back? Did you drive alone?
No, she helped drive me.
She helped drive you back. Okay. And how did she get to New York? Who drove her?
My ex-husband.
Okay. What's
Father
that?
of her children.
Yep.
Last name is Rocker.
Yep. The first name?
Sorry, I'm holding a blank right now.
Okay.
I have to look up, sorry.
Yeah, no, we go back to it. Okay, so then Katie, drive back to the hotel. You check right into the hotel in Dallas? Okay. So that was only, like I said, around the 8th, I booked the 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, all right, so let's start there now.
Hey, Mike. Thanks
Yeah,
for
I
stopping
appreciate
by.
the background information. It's helpful.
So with a confession to the cops, is there any way he's getting out of this? No. The defense seems to be trying to get him a manslaughter, because I think manslaughter in Massachusetts is maximum 15 years, and then, well, it was in the heat of the moment. She kind of made me do it. He can get maybe 10 years, and then with time served and good behavior, he can be out in a couple of years. So I'm thinking that's what they're going for, because he even during the opening statements, they admitted he did it. No, some of them in Denmark, it's very common that they go over and find a wife over there. And that's mostly like 35, 45-year-old women with kids that they then bring to Denmark. But yes, a lot of guys over there like both their boy toys and girl toys, and all of them should be yeeted into the sun and have every appendix on their body cut off, just like all the teachers who do the same in America. Oh, get some hot fluid, get under the covers, and feel better.
Did she stay at the hotel? Did she go back home? Tell me about that.
She went back home, yeah.
Okay. And did you guys communicate from the 8th on? No.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you were using the attorneys at that point? You just talked? Okay. By phone? Okay. And how were things? What were you?
But yeah, it was going well. She encouraged, communicated, and said, don't worry about this stuff. We're going to work it all out.
Okay. Okay. And were you seeing each other at this time?
Yes.
Okay. How often would she come to the hotel? Were you going back home? Tell me about that.
I was mostly going to the house.
You're going to the house?
Once again, she said, come over, don't worry about it.
Okay. And her 3 kids still living there, right?
Yes.
And how was your interaction with them? How did they?
Good.
Everything was good that way?
Yes.
Okay. So that's going on for about a week. And let's get to yesterday. Tell me about yesterday.
What?
Yesterday,
I really don't recall much of anything.
On a good day, 16, 17 bucks a day.
Must have shrunk a lot.
Yeah. But trying to get to, how you ended up there,
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't remember how I got it. Where or when I got it somewhere. Just woke up yesterday. Being hooked and then in the hospital.
Okay. You don't know how you ended up here?
No, I can't really remember.
Okay. All right. So we did speak to Sophia, Grace, and Sam, and we can't find that.
Oh,
Yeah, so. we were
another
hoping,
one we
you
crosses
could tell
our
us-
finger for.
Again, as I said, I have very difficult memory, get any kind of memory for the last 24 hours. I don't know how much time I really went there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, because, like I said, we're talking kids, and tell me this, when's the last time you saw Kathleen?
I remember, I don't know exactly the day, it was Thursday, played the game, and this game, I'm not sure what the game name is, and this Grace and Katie and I, that's what I remember.
All right, so.
And then we went watching TV and, we drank some alcohol and then I don't even know what happened after that.
Okay.
So I ended up in a hotel. Didn't say I was in a hotel, I don't know.
All right, so today's Saturday. So you said Thursday.
I believe it was Thursday, I'm not 100% sure, but that seems so.
Okay. And so tell me how you guys arranged to meet on Thursday.
Can you?
How did you guys arrange to meet each other Thursday? So you were at the hotel, or how did you guys get?
I was at the house.
At the house. Did you stay at the house Wednesday night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, so you stay over Wednesday night, and then see you there Thursday? Tell me about Thursday. What you guys do in the morning on Thursday?
I'm not sure exactly. Typically, we'll have some breakfast and take a walk. Work out.
They asked the potential jurors if they had seen, heard, or talked about this case. So many people put up their numbers and they started reading them off 4 or 5 times between bailiff and Jim. I think it's not shared. No, they shared reading them off. Oh, sorry. And Bev was furious. Yeah. My money is start date Tuesday the 22nd. Tuesday the 22nd. Yeah, I don't. He saved hundreds of lives. He only took one. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm like that. But again, I'm not recalling exactly what happened on Thursday.
But you did say, so
It was a good day in general, as I can remember. Yeah, and then I guess I said later today, we played that game.
okay, what game you guys play?
It's the racism against Danes. I bet it's a Swedish thing that make you crash. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what the name is. It's a board game.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the name of the game.
Okay. So this is Thursday evening. You said you guys are having some drinks.
Yeah, she gave me 2 martinis already before.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Martinis.
Martinis, okay.
And then I think I switched to whiskey later. I can't remember much about it.
It's really big in, it used to be before the kerfuffle, really big in the Ukraine, especially for wealthy Americans. So it's a good business. And again, everyone is always saying, "Oh, these are gold diggers." Hey, if your life can be better, yeah, what? So what? Love is something that comes and goes, and when you get to be my age, which is 27, what you really want is someone who is not annoying enough that you want to offer every day. Every other day, maybe every third day if you're lucky. You found out that's the best you're going to get. So, and you ladies just have to find someone where you can accept the level of snoring. All of this, oh, I'm in love. Yeah, that works when you're a teenager. But again, if you're like 5 years away from death and very, very rich and will leave everything to me, we could make an arrangement.
Thursday night?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are drinking Thursday night. Well, somehow you get back to the hotel. So
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I can't recall.
It shouldn't be the advertisement because I have turned advertisement off on my channel. It's only when you get in and you go out is where I have told YouTube I find it's okay to play ads, but they'll still put them in there because I don't. Generous people like Holly Mack or Brendan pay me more than I could get from ad revenue, so why should I pester all of you with it? I only have them on because YouTube will kind of suppress your channels if you don't let them have a bite of the apple.
That's what I told myself, I guess. I'm not sure.
You know what you drove? What vehicle?
I'm saying once a week.
No, I think it must have been a Jeep, right?
Jeep?
Jeep Runner.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. Why do you think that?
Because I'm gonna recall that it was the only car that was there. And Mercedes was parked at the hotel.
The Jeep was the only car that was at that house?
The Jeep was at the house, yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the argument you guys had Thursday night.
The what?
The argument you guys had Thursday night?
An argument?
Yes. Tell me a little bit about that.
I'm sure about that. I'm not recalling an argument. As I said, we played a game that was all fun. And we watched TV. So, I don't know about an argument.
Okay. What room were you guys in when you played the game? What room in the house? What were you guys?
Kitchen?
Kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a TV in the kitchen too? Like, so you watch the TV?
Next, next, it's kind of an open room. Yeah.
Finally, Crispy.
Okay.
We have been keeping the audio down because we thought you were sleeping. That's why it's so very low. And it's very monotonous, so I'm totally zoned out about what they're talking about. They finally got to the argument they had Thursday night. And she allegedly was on a live Thursday night, and they didn't start looking for her till Saturday. Did I get that? Have I got that timeline mixed up? I might be wrong. Happy Lally Brennan Day. Gotta celebrate another one's favorite fools. Big Dog, thank you so much. And I just looked at Aiden. He said 78 out of the 94 people said, yeah, we've heard about the case. And over half of them said, yeah, we have an opinion. This is going to take forever. But thank you, Big Dog.
So you guys went from the kitchen playing a game, moved naturally into the TV room. Do you remember what you were watching that night?
I believe Sons of Anarchy. That's a TV show.
Okay.
She loved that show. And we continued watching it.
Okay. You remember what episode? What that?
No. No.
But you remember watching Sons of Anarchy, right? All right, and then what? Did you guys eventually go upstairs to the bed? What do you guys sit to the couch? Tell me what happened.
It's because they want you to buy the premium of it. I have premium. I was at my daughter's house last Saturday, and maybe the Saturday before, and watched her YouTube channel, and there was ads on it constantly. So I took up my phone and started playing premium because I can't do that, and I can't play ads on mine when I have stream to you. So that's why I pay for premium. So, but it's a way to try and force you to buy premium because you get annoyed.
Next.
As I said, I really had more time remembering this, and after that, I really don't.
Fedorowski, please don't recommend stuff like that on YouTube because it's against TOS. So I can get in trouble. Where was it? I better take it down so I don't get in trouble. No, I don't want to put him in timeout. I'm just going to add. Why can't I? Yeah. I think, yeah, that's the right one. Oh, and I just put it on screen.
I know you do have some scratches on your legs and your arms.
Oh.
Yeah, what happened?
I have no idea. I don't know either. I woke up and was that? I have no idea what.
Well, it's not against Google's TOS, it's against YouTube's TOS. I know Google and YouTube is, but again, we're not allowed to advertise stuff like that.
Okay, we gotta find it. Where can we find it?
I understand.
You gotta help us out, then. It's all right, you know, we gotta find it.
I'm sure I have no more, maybe, I don't know.
I was telling you, kids looking for, are we looking for?
No, I don't have a Nightbot set. I only have certain words that I won't allow on my chat. As you know, I'm quite liberal with what people can say. So it's only the big bad words that a Nightbot takes out, because I don't want to be one of those chats where people are saying we can't say anything. Still, Brandon needs to be a mod, because even just him saying hello will still get caught by Nightbot. Jamie put that up.
I need your help.
No, you can always disparage the Swedes. No, it's just the standard, the N-word and stuff like that. So
Where can we find it? Where can we go find it?
I don't know.
You know, it seems like you guys have been under a lot of stress. You know, you're having work stress, narrow stress. I'm not sure what was going on the past couple of days, the past night, you know. But now we're here. Now we're here. Okay?
Yeah.
And she's not. And
Nobody knows.
we can get through this. We can get through this. I know this is going to be difficult. There's no way getting around it. We're at the point of our conversation now where it's just a difficult time. And I know you're probably going, through hell right now. And I know you probably feel really bad.
This is just boring because we're just looking at his ear, and the audio recording isn't that well. So.
And I'm sure if I talk to today, we'll talk about this.
Couldn't they clip out all of these breaks so we could just hear it continuously?
So we need you to put us in the right direction. We can go about it. We can't leave her out there alone there. We can't. I don't know. We can't do that to her,
Yeah, there's a little Helmut Kohl.
What's going on? You want that woman. You guys had some issues.
A bit of Helmut Kohl and a bit of Gorbachev.
They deserve to know that we're on this. My sister deserves to know. We need you to help us out there.
I wish I could. Das ist ja gut. Der ist auch ganz aber ich habe auch Zahlen zu nennen.
An argument happened in the house. You do know that.
Hey, CF.
Just broke glass at home. You know, they got, you know, you're in the Jeep. Just think we want to know where you went. And like I said, this is about Kathleen right now. You know, we're doing the right thing for her at this point.
I don't even know that I was driving around.
Move on.
Harry, you get scrapes up and down your legs and your arms. So you have scrapes up and down your legs and your arms.
Yes, she was strangulated and thrown in a pond.
No one's talking to Kathleen. I've seen her since Thursday night. Saturday. Okay, we need you to step up right now. We need you to help us out. You're gonna feel better. I know you feel better right now. You see it all the way. And I just want, you know, you need to feel better. And I feel better. You need to tell us what happened.
I wish I could. I woke up and saw that too. They asked me what happened. I don't know. I said I have to wait. I don't know. Because I'm responsible for everything. I have no idea how that all. I don't know what happened.
You know, you drive a car. Use your cell phone. You know, this day and age with cell phones and video surveillance, and cameras everywhere. I mean, we're trying to give you an opportunity, you know, to get ahead of it a little bit. That's what we're trying to do here.
I understand. I understand.
You know, we're not here for, you know, some stupid reason, you know. And, you know, homicide detectives, from down police, you know. They said this. And right now we're trying to give you an opportunity to tell your side of the story. Tell us in your own words what happened. You know, I mean, if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for our kids.
I only going to do something. I said I woke up. I don't know. In the morning, I was away from something. I'm not sure again. Nothing is going on.
Do you remember driving back?
My first chat, the detective speaks so fast to a man whose English is not his first language. Really fry my eggs. I have it at 1.25 because it's really, really slow. And don't underestimate people who doesn't have English as the first language. we do sometimes pick up what people are saying. Remember, this guy is so proficient that he is a very famous urologist. He'd been in country since 2004. He's been at least 10 years in America. He's a highly educated man. He would probably have used English in Germany. Germany is not one of the countries that spend a lot of time teaching English, but you can go to every country in Europe and we will speak English. Some better than others. So again, I don't have a problem with him. And again, it's at 1.25. I don't have any problems. As long as I can follow along, I think a urologist who lived in country for 10 years has the ability to follow along as well. But I could understand it if it was someone who didn't use English every day. If he had a big German family, they spoke German at home, something like that. But he doesn't. He has been an English first speaker for a lot of years. I'm actually getting into trouble sometimes because I speak it so much now, and it's only been 2 years I've had my channel, that I have a hard time kind of Danskifying the language when I want to talk about the case to people in Danish. So you pick it up really fast. It's not. I see no problem with a highly educated man who's been in country for so many years, who's been at the workplace. He's probably used to using a very, very severe technical terms. I don't see it as a problem. But again, had he been a resident who just came over from Germany, yes, it would have been different. I would have asked for an interpreter.
Back to the hotel that night? You don't remember driving?
But thank you for participating in chat. Stay away from Zach.
So the Dedham Police Department got called to the residence inn Friday at 11 a.m. for a well-being check on Kathleen because no one had heard from her since 6 p.m. Thursday evening. When I got there, we located the white Jeep and your Mercedes parked in the parking lot. You told us earlier that you believe that you were operating the white Jeep at one point. The white Jeep was parked between the lines perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with the exterior of the Jeep indicating that.
This is the normal speed they're asking him, so it's not that bad.
So how can you not remember driving that Jeep back to the hotel?
Sorry. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you remember how much alcohol you consumed at the house that night? Thursday evening?
It's a bit odd, but I'm not sure. Again, I just remember we started off with martini and then we switched to whiskey. That's all I remember.
We have been listening to an interview. They just been setting up where they did this interview. It's a little hard to hear.
How many martinis did you say?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then how many glasses of whiskey?
I really don't know. I don't know.
Did you consume anything other than alcohol?
Did I know?
Not that you know of.
I think we start in the 3rd grade in Denmark now.
Do you take any pills or anything like that? You know, would they read something that you normally take, or?
I used to take some medication over the last several months, antidepressants, yeah, and then the anxiety medication. But I kind of cut it down because I felt much better. And Katie said, yeah, let's try to fix that. So I'm not sure. I don't think I've taken anything on that day. So again, I can't tell for sure.
Let's be frank. I mean, telling us you simply don't remember because it's not good enough. This is not a good enough answer.
I'm just saying. Just don't. I don't even know the murder that I went to the hotel.
Even Steve Gosti can do 3 martinis. He can't do much more than that, but yeah. Yeah, and still I'm smarter than you. Isn't it that? It says a lot about the American system. But I think it's because of the Asian and the Irans and South Africa. It's very important that we in America, because in the Asians.
It happened in the woods. Where did it happen? Stop in the bedroom.
There was an argument on the TV show, yeah. I believe that is true, but I'm not 100% sure. We were watching. That was downstairs. I'm sure of that. So often, as I said, I'm not sure.
An argument during the TV show?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that what you mean? When you guys were watching TV, you had an argument?
I believe that is true.
Do you remember how the argument started?
Why didn't they clip out all these breaks? To show how it really was, but it's boring.
When did we turn principal? Turn principal downstairs? And it's out in the bedroom.
I don't remember, I remember physically.
In Denmark, they're actually trying to push it till later to get kids in school. I was an anonymity because I started as a 5-year-old. Normally you were 6, but I did go to school with people who were 7. But that was the twins. They were a little bit, yeah, nice kids.
Everything's got a lot of control.
Oh, we took away 10th
More
grade.
serious than maybe a normal fight. I mean, sometimes things that get out of they just get away from us. And we don't need to do some things, and sometimes things happen. You know? One bad night. One bad night doesn't make you a bad person, Harry.
What happened after you started arguing?
I don't remember, it was drinking whiskey, I think it stopped it again. I remember there was some arguing going on down there. It was mostly her yelling at me for some reason, I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Tell us what happened up in the bedroom.
I don't even remember even going to the
Bottom of the mattress, Harry. Broken glass everywhere.
Sorry, I know this is very riveting, but don't ever buy Plevin's book. The prologue, I didn't even read page 1 of the prologue in it, and I already want to stab hot needles into my brain. I don't know what Fall River is in Massachusetts, but he claims it's an armpit city. I hesitated, a sense of foreboding. Hard to say now with so much water under the bridge. But I had deep reservations about covering this story. Perhaps because it involved the kind of big conspiracy that seldom proves to be real. My misgivings were strong enough that I did something I have never done before in calling my friend and channel moderator, Tom Fleming, to see if I should take on this wild tale for my YouTube channel. I sensed hazards on the road ahead, but couldn't quite articulate them. That's because you have the vocabulary of a stupid 2-year-old. It was almost like I wanted him to talk me out of it. He didn't. Historic blizzard.
Seems like this has got a little bit too much on it here. No?
I just remember downstairs, sitting there, drinking whiskey and having some wine. And again, it was mostly
Jen McCabe, a close friend.
It made no sense to me. I'm not sure what it was exactly. And like I just drank my whiskey and then ignore every minute upstairs. I don't think so.
Where was the teapot? Was the teapot in the driveway? The teapot in the garage?
I'm not sure, but typically it was in the garage. I believe.
Let's tell us where you went when you left the house that night, Mary.
I just have to read this. He's talking about the morning. Perched on the back seat, leaning forward between the two women, were Karen Reed, John's girlfriend of the last 2 years. Now hysterical, she occasionally screamed and asked if John was dead. Carrie and Jen, neither known as a shrinking violet, wrote in stunned silence. Maybe I'm reading the wrong thing into shrinking violets, but I think it means something else. No, I can't do that. There's copyright limitations. Good morning, Baker. Watching Bev asking jurors if they can keep biases out of their deliberation. What makes her so special? Well, she's a judge. She can be all the bias she wants. Yeah, and Turtle Boy went in there. They are filling out questionnaires that they then have to turn over to the court, and then the court will take copies and give it to the state and the defense so they can ask jurors questions later. It's going to be a whole heck of a long day. I haven't seen Whispering Eyes so far. I'm only on page 4 and I hate it.
What's Katie wearing that night?
And his English is so bad. In yet another in a long string. Didn't you have someone to... I'll go over the best evidence and logical analysis to determine. How would you go over logical analysis? You would logically analyze. Jeepers, Plevin, and you put this out there, and even in your promotion, you got her age wrong. Are you functionally... No, I can't say the R word as much as I like to.
And we need to be a little bit more honest with us.
You said it.
You're in the woods that day, you know.
Yeah, I know.
You know it. Yeah.
I'll zoom in on the big mystery that remains of the danger it presents to justice in this
I think you
country.
remember that.
Judge Bev?
You may not want to remember that, but I get that.
No, not 6 feet from the street, you idiot. Between 8 and 20 feet of the street.
So this can't go on. Can't.
Her 3 children, her sister, and her mother deserve to know where she is. We need you to be honest with us.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Plevin, if he's not breathing, he's not clinging to life, he's dead. That's what happens when you don't breathe anymore. Oh, Marissa, Jemima, I hate you for making me read this. Return it. It's horrendous. I didn't even get it through the prologue, and I had to close it down because it's such bad writing.
What happened in the woods?
I don't know. I don't even know where.
You drive deep into the woods, or you walk?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
What do you think? I mean, you were there. We weren't.
I don't remember anything in this.
When I've read it, I'll go in and leave a review saying this is not safe for consumption.
Is she fully cold?
You think so?
Is she fully cold right now?
Like, I don't understand that.
Does she have clothing on when you left her?
Maybe we're downstairs. She could be.
Everyone, you have the answers right now. You have the answer. You guys were together Thursday night, right? You're arguing. Tell us you had some drinks. And you wake up in the morning and you're in a hotel and she's gone. I mean,
No.
let's just get to it here.
I don't see no look in the different. I look here.
I know this sucks, you know, there's no other word for it. I mean, people like, one thing for now, that's the right thing. It's just to man up. Man up. Let her family know where she's at. Let her family know where she's at. We get through this.
I really don't know.
At some point, he leaves the room, then he comes back and says, I did it. That's what we're waiting for. Yes, I think he's just wasting some time because they're waiting for jury questionnaires.
Help yourself while you're Harry.
No argument, I remember that.
No, it's serious. Please don't have. Can't be up here tonight.
Dylan, could you stop it? Your Honor, would this be a convenient place to stop and take the 11 a.m. recess?
Sure. Why don't we do that, George? Just leave the transcripts and your notebooks right on your.
OnlyFan. Oh. Anyone who wants the reading of the witness list, is it true she read Michael Easter's name, the man she just precluded from the trial, saying no one needed someone to tell them this was a shitty police investigation? I'm beleaguered, though moonlight and shrinking violets, to be here with Baker. I am happily that you does with us, even though many incomprehensible problems might have. She did read his name. Oh. I had feelings of disturbance when I saw your face, because now a true expert was in the room. How can he release a book without having someone, maybe his YouTube moderator? I love that he mentions his YouTube moderator in his book. When I do my book, I will mention my moderators, thanking them for making me read that stupid book. I won't mention them by name because I don't even know who my moderators are. I only know that Brandon should be your pick for this year's Mod of the Year. He hasn't pocket blocked anyone for a week. But why didn't anyone read it and say, hey, do you know you're misusing the words? ChatGPT needs help when you... It can do the filler stuff. I use it for thumbnails because I don't speak English and use it that way. So it's good to make sentences, but you do have to read it and say, no, that doesn't sound right. Try to do this. So when you're writing a book in ChatGPT and you does soundeth, wanted, smarteth, you really should check that you're using the correct forms of the word, because you're not running down a legal analysis. You're doing a legal analysis or an analysis of the evidence. I can't wait for this stream to end so I can read all 355 pages. The only problem I have is I can't show it on screen because I will have so many highlights in this text that it should be enough for me to write 355 pages about how annoying this book is. I have written 5 chapters in my book about this case, and that will never be released. I don't know why I write it, but I do it when I sit in the morning and play my Football Manager. I just sit and write. I'm an idiot. I can't speak. Write, sorry. That's why we become YouTubers and not writers. Get back over to Plevin and send him my best regards. Finer grifter doth not have binneth. They need to get a camera with a global shutter so we can at least see the fan moving normally. I don't know what any of that is. I wish I could read Plevin's book, because it will hurt you. No, I'm not allowed to do that. And me just sitting here reading and then looking up and saying, I wish we were allowed pew-pews in Denmark, because I might choose that over this book. Won't make good content. Well, he only put that in the teaser for his book. that she was 43 years old. I'm also, like Plevin, kind of a woman's man, and like Plevin, eternally single. I heard rumors that is not confirmed that he liked them a little bit younger at a college bar. I have no proof of that. I like my ladies old enough to order me a drink and drive me home when I get drunk. But women like to be told they're younger than they really are. So maybe he's just trying to hook up with her. There will be a chapter where I probably will lose my mind and burn my computer. It's when Plevin will do it in the point of view of Karen Reed, a man who I don't think understands women. The only woman he ever talked to is his mom, and since he had her taxidermied, she hasn't said anything except inside his head. Second of all, Plevin never met a woman with success. He hangs out with Krusty. So how should he be able to interpret what went through the mind of Karen Reed, a highly successful woman? Thirdly, Plevin is, I don't know how many IQ points, but it can't be much above a chicken. What was the name of my bakery? I never owned a bakery. I've only been hired help. Most cameras have rolling shutters with me that read the lines of resolution from top to bottom of each image, which make fast-moving subjects look like weird. Global shutter makes the whole image at once. Isn't it too expensive to run in a courtroom? And Kathy Daffy was on Court TV talking to what's her name this morning about the Karen Reed case. And because it's the 1st of April, I'll say, well, then Court TV clearly isn't biased. That was my April 1st joke. But Ted Daniels says, 92 jury candidates in the room today. 40 indicated they already formed an opinion on the case. 16 indicated they already formed a bias. 78 indicated they had spoken about the case. It's going to be interesting to see the jury in that environment. Well, chickens do poop on the floor, and I think Plevin can handle going to the toilet. I'm not sure. I have no proof of that either. Specializes in hot buns. No, I'm a 90s guy. We weren't so butt fixed back then. Julie Grant and Kathy Daffy blocked you. Isn't that amazing? My students who use translators for the English journals give me much needed laughs. Yeah, it's funny how... And ChatGPT is getting really good. And again, I use it for writing my thumbnails because it's better to kind of word it correctly. Because again, I have to translate it from a language that doesn't have the same structure. So it's nice to get some of the words. And it helps a little bit with all the SEO stuff to grift. But you really have to look after it, because if you just ask ChatGPT, give me a rundown of the Karen Reed case, it'll mention that Chloe was Karen's dog and John is alive somewhere in Vermont, and it'll get simple facts wrong, and then you have to, that's the thing with AI, you'll have to go back and say, no, this is wrong, this is that person, no, that's not the name of that person, you're getting the first name wrong. And then it can fix it and you can use it, but you have to work with the tool. But that means you will have to have a basic knowledge of the thing you're talking about before you go into it. 30, yeah, that's a little much. An April Fool joke is supposed to be believable. Dang it. 3,000. Yeah, that's a little high for a court setup. But it's the sign of the times that Plevin really thought that, oh, I'm going to be an author and make a book, and he'll probably sell tens of books. But he's so megalomaniac, whatever it's called, that he believes that his hardcover version of the book is worth, I believe it's $32. The paperback is like $16, and the Kindle version is $9.45. $9.45. In a book that's clearly written with ChatGPT and that he didn't even had edited. Reminds you of the lawsuit that had a filing made by ChatGPT. I'll bet you there's lots of them. But the thing is, you can use ChatGPT as long as you understand the case law around it and stuff like that. Then you can go and say, hey, can you give me some examples? Because it's a really good search tool. But you do know, it's kind of like back in the day when we got Wikipedia and everyone was just copying Wikipedia. Why is the ex-husband sitting in the press box now? You had to really source check your Wikipedia because most of it wasn't verified. And it was just some people going in and say, yes, the Broken Baker is known for his 42-inch dong. And that's grossly exaggerating. It's 40 inches. Again, if you are five years away from death, millionaire, want to leave me your estate, call me. I don't know how low you can go. I know Styx. No, it's not Styx Hexenhammer. It's is it Styx Hexenhammer who writes the books on the occult? Yeah, I think that's Styx. He always set it to the lowest price because you can't give him away for free. Amazon needs a little cheddar for it. When I got my new phone, I tried to build in Google AI and had to argue with it for an hour that the song Die Eier von Satan was by Tool and not Rammstein. What eggs are from Satan? Yeah, but that's because they didn't go back and check it. Again, you can use it, but you have to remind yourself. It's the same. It can't make fingers on when you ask it to make a picture. You get some weird looking graphics as well. But you can make a lot of. I make my song lyrics. I write that in ChatGPT. Which is ridiculous for a Kindle book. Most are like $3.99, some are $6.99 if the author is good and build a reputation, but $9.49 is ridiculous for a digital book. Yeah, it's. But he thinks that he is the second coming of, I don't know, some great author, and what I just read actively hurt my brain. He is very bad at what he's doing. It's poorly written, it's badly structured, and I didn't get past page 5. I wish I could read it. Can I buy the rights to read it? How much is the rights? I'll Jemima, do you know anything about copyright law? How much do I have to pay Plevin to read it on screen? I will put a goal, raise the money, and pay him. And I'll read it for everyone, and everyone will hate me for it. Oh yeah, there's one famous one, but I bet you that there's tons using it. Can I buy the rights to his books? I know someone bought his website. You'll probably have to negotiate it with him. Marissa, can you get in contact with Plevin and offer him? I'll offer him $25 to buy the rights to read his book on YouTube. No, I want to do my own audiobook version. I want to. I'm going to call HR and make her force you to do it. I'll pay $30. Plevin, if you'll allow me to I'll give you 20,
Down, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
no, $30, and I'll give you 10% of my super chat revenue on that stream. No, not my super chat, my ad revenue, because that'll probably be $5. 10% of my ad revenue. Then I don't have to pay so much in taxes.
I'll do the right thing right now. I'll look better.
It's your brain rot anyway that when you have to read it. Well, I'm offering $30, so you can get $6. Well, I'll have to figure out how to circumvent it. Can I put it on my... No, I'm not allowed to put copyrighted material on my Buy Me a Coffee. Can I do a members-only stream? No, probably can't sway copyright laws that way. Dang it.
Harry, you're a very successful man. You told me the chief urologist. Yeah, but you know what?
I'll send you $6.
You're a good person. You've had a successful career. Came to this country and done very, very well. I saw you guys. Done very, very well. And this doesn't make you a bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to keep this out of the story. Do the right thing now. It's one of the wish she is looking right now. Okay. That's it. Alright, we know you can't put that no matter what. Hey, what's that?
I'm Detective Deborah Gotsky. I would.
Did you just say you got my number?
Bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to keep this out of the story. Do the right thing now.
Yeah, but the problem is I need to get permission from Plevin to use his book. And Marissa now has gotten the agreed upon payment of $6, so hopefully she will get me the rights to the book for $30. How can I sway that under my business expenses?
You just want to know where she is right now. Okay. Yeah. All right, we know you can't go that no matter what. Hey.
What's that? Sorry,
I'm sorry, you guys say something.
No, we know you care about her a lot and you love her. And we really need you to do the right thing. We can't have her out there another night, Harry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Harry, it's the right thing to do. We need you to tell us where she is so we can bring her home to her family.
We're all calm right now. We're gonna talk to her sister today. We're gonna talk to the kids today. We can't let them. We can't give them no answer. It's. I don't want to be so blunt, but I mean, we can't go back to them and say we don't know. We can't do that. It's just.
I think we're getting to the part where he admits he did it.
Did you ever hike in the woods near your house? Did you ever go for walks on the trails?
Not near the house, no.
Not near the house? In Dover, have you? What trails do you usually go?
I'm not sure what the name is. That's where the tennis courts are.
The tennis courts?
In Dover, the tennis courts. And there's a trail. Actually, we did that with Katie together on there, but it's not easy. Yeah, that's the trails that we typically use.
Do you usually go the same route?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you know what street it's on?
I think it's Dedham Street, but I'm not sure. So again, there's just one area where the tennis courts are, and there's a trail starting in the back in the corner.
The big problem is we can't hear him.
What was your favorite part about those trails?
Favorite part is if it goes all the way up through some small little mountains where you can see Boston.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the particular name. Laurel Park, but again, don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
Is that the only one you guys would hike at?
That's why I remember, yeah.
How often would you guys go?
Again, it must have been last year in the summer or so. Recently, Katie and I drove to Lincoln to walk in Lincoln, which was new for me. But not in Dover.
Did you go to this trail in Dover often?
Yeah,
How often would you say?
once a week.
Once a week at least?
Is that a walkable trail or
Yeah, it's a pretty good
wide?
trail, yeah.
And that goes up to the, you said, is it Boston?
I think there's several trails, different colors. And one of them, I'm not sure which one, was deep on the up in the mountains.
When's the last time you guys were there together?
I don't really remember exactly, what must have been a while. Months, many months.
Was that a special place for you guys?
In a certain way, yeah.
Yeah, have some meetings you guys as a couple to go there?
We always enjoyed, hiking together, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, you're up to the other night.
Did you bring her up there the other night?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I don't know. It's like,
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry? Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
I don't think so. As I said, I don't remember anything.
One, get off your chest. Yes, just get off your chest. You're gonna feel better. You're gonna feel relieved. You're gonna know you did the right thing.
I don't remember much at all.
Alright, you're up to that night.
He was angry. He was angry for whatever reason, I'm not sure why. Although the day was nice. In the evening, I mean.
Well, Rubia, call court and say, stop it. Stop it now. Good to see you.
House in front of and go up and make sure you look. I know you're up there. It's their window up there. You don't want to, it's time to get dark. We want to get this done.
It should.
Already drove the Jeep up there, I think.
Where up there can we find her, Harry?
They are listening to a police interview done at the hospital where he admits that he did strangle her. But it's going really slow. Apparently, as long as the female detective is in the room, he doesn't do it. At some point, he asks to leave the room, will come back, and then say, yeah, I did it. And you can find her in a pond. So that's what we're waiting for.
All I know is we were sitting downstairs watching TV, and then that, as I said, she was arguing, she was angry, and very aggressively talking to me about her being angry about stuff, and I was drinking whiskey. And so she was drinking something too, but I'm not sure.
Remember what the argument was about? Why she was mad?
What's that?
Remember why she was mad?
So it was, you know, locating about the same thing that I tried to divorce her in January. She came always back with that, oh no, although she also suggested that we should just
Copyright law and books are very, very iffy, how much you can use. But Marissa has reached out to Team Plevin, and let's see if we can get any agreement on. Maybe I can use excerpts of it. I know I can use small things in a book review, but maybe I can get the rights to do a little bit more.
Go and fix our marriage. When she came back to that thing always, well not always, repeatedly that she was very angry that I made a decision that I'm able to go to Germany to continue my career.
Harry, tell us about the text you sent to Kyle.
That's what?
Text you sent to Kyle? Kyle? Remember?
I think it's Kyle.
That's why they have to go outside and get people. I'll take a quick bio.
You know Kyle, right? Kyle? No. From town? What? From Dover, from town?
No.
Kurt, do you remember sending Kurt a text message?
No.
No?
No. Then,
At 4:31 a.m. on Friday.
she was angry for whatever reason. Although she wanted to fix it, I don't understand.
You sent Kurt a text message at 4:31 a.m. on Friday stating, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
What?
Do you recall that message?
No, I'm serious. I have no recollection having sent any kind of that message. No.
And you sent that message,
I really have no idea.
not too long after you sent the message, you're back at the hotel.
I think that's what you have the male prosecutor there for. They're doing the good cop, bad cop. Yeah. There's probably someone to tackle him. I only shared the pictures he sent me.
Oh, there, this isn't going away. The only way we get headed in the right direction is just behind us, is just please talk about it.
And I said that she was angry, and that's the last time I knew her. I'm not sure if she walked away or just sitting there.
Saying that she would leave the home without her pocketbook or phone.
She wouldn't leave her kids.
They want our kids to have, we can't do this with the kids. They've been developed, that's they have.
What do you think happened? I don't understand.
Did you tell us for that? Did you tell us which was? I want to find her quickly.
Yeah, I don't get. They stipulated to the interview, so why didn't they cut all of this out and just get to the part where he admits doing it?
You were on top of that mountain that night.
What's that?
You were up on that mountain that night.
We know you were up there for a couple hours.
Yeah, no, I
What
said,
is that, sir?
You were up on that mountain for a couple hours that night. You were up there for a while. Where can we find her up there?
I don't even know when I was there for a couple hours. It's a good woman. I don't know what happened.
Well, you're not missing much here, Claire. We've been sitting here listening to an interview for close to 2 hours, and nothing has really come forward other than she's dead.
History. Updates today?
It's Saturday evening now. to go back to your argument that night, watching TV. So you need to go back to the argument.
Well, we can't see his unsteady walking because it's not televised.
Again, I'm not sure we're connecting words, but I believe it went on the same topic that she had a hard time getting over the fact that in January I was talking to a lawyer looking into divorcing her.
Have anyone seen Hot Fuzz? One of the greatest movies ever made. He looks like Lurch. Oh, yeah, I think his name is Lurch.
She believed I would throw her out, which was not what the plan was.
No, this has better quality than Plevin's audiobook.
Or the idea, that was only the plan actually. It's just bringing this out, this potential projection in terms of what I was supposed to do or he's supposed to do.
You were supposed to come down here and fix my garden. We had an agreement. Typical women.
So I think that was the argument in terms of still being angry that I tried to pull myself determined. Yeah. But I'll ask her, why wouldn't you come with me? You know. Back then, December, January.
What happened next?
Just changing. Maybe you could have more arguments, I don't know.
She hit you, Harry? At night?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'll be up at 6 tomorrow. You can just be here. I'll open the shed for you.
All kinds of words. That hurts.
What'd she say? What'd she say to you?
Not sure. Motherfucker or something like that. Fuck you off, fuck you. And I said, oh, that was good.
She become violent?
Not sure. Something like that.
So how do you have dinner? Was that from just a slap or was that a punch?
Something.
Was it her hand or an object?
Sadly, no. It's only Tuesday. Plantorama.
So you have to defend yourself. I think you have a glass. It's glass all over the bedroom. Glass.
It's taking the sway shop right out of Kim.
Naturally, anybody wouldn't get hurt.
If it's going to be where Weinersaul's from, it's going to be Plantorama. If it's where I'm from, it's Plantorama. But why do you call it Plantchen? It sounds German.
It says glass everywhere.
Aiden has left the courtroom again. That's the biggest change so far. Yeah, but she's country folk.
Remember how you had to defend yourself? What happened? Sounds like you had no choice but to defend yourself.
You always have a choice, no?
What's that?
You always have a choice.
Yeah, but
Oh.
She's a beautiful woman, but she had her volatility scenario is always kind of it was very foresight. Further, to be honest.
yeah. It seemed like you tried real hard when you gave her that beautiful home. And obviously provided pretty well for her. And gave her a good life.
You can start drinking, Brandon. Only 27%.
Yeah, I got kicked out. I'll do it again. I'll forgive her for that. So let's forget about it. Sorry.
Yeah, even after all that, you were willing to go back and try to make it for her.
And good.
So it sounds like that.
Right. I really did.
What you're saying, it sounds like that the other night you just shot this.
He, at some point today, we will get to the part of the tape where he admits doing it. So the only thing we are here for is finding out, did he do it on purpose or was it a crime of passion?
Yeah, just being volatile, like you said, right?
Yeah, we will be gone before that.
How much you just kept digging at you and stuff. The impression I'm getting. I'm sure you just happy to be sitting on your freaking couch,
Sorry?
I'm sure you just happy to be sitting on your own couch, Or you want to deal with, an argument.
No, I didn't want to do this.
Yeah. Sorry, just happy.
No interest in arguments anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you're just happy to be back in your home.
It's actually true.
Yeah, no.
I felt, since a long time, since 3 months, I felt somewhat more peace that I wasn't running around from some kind of shopping and affecting myself from COVID-19 with nobody helping.
Yeah.
But again, that wasn't the point. I really appreciated that she provided a home here. Maybe like I love it a lot. Let's make it work, let's have peace, and let's forget about all that. Let's actually sell these back. Let's have a clean slate. just let heal and not talk about the old stuff, but she couldn't let go. She came up with the resentment feeling that she still had, and she said, I have to talk about it. And I have some resentment too.
I'm never fighting with Jamie, but Jamie, I don't know what's wrong. It's after the restraining order. She said, "Nope, I won't join your channel. It's a pro Valhalla channel." It's sadly, the beef is always going on YouTube, and I miss Jamie, but she doesn't miss me as much, apparently. I even made her a special gift that I promised her to give her when she came back on and I did it because I know it will make her happy, and she's been a little down. So I just wish Jamie would come back to me. Come back to me now.
Let's be trying. It sounds like if the argument was unavoidable that night, it was no getting around it.
You won't get me wrong.
I mean, obviously she was fired up. I mean, she hit you.
Could also be because I didn't join her in her Habitat for Humanity run. She gets a little salty.
What happened after she hit you?
I'm not sure.
Give those poor jurors some lunch or something. They must be sleeping by now. This is what $15 a day gives you.
I was saying her belongings are all in the house.
They are playing the interview at the hospital where he at some point admits to doing it. But we can't hear what he's saying. We can barely hear what one of the officers, and then all of a sudden a lady officer jumps in and yells so loudly that it blows your ears out. And then there's just breaks all the time where you're just sitting here thinking, I could read Plevin's book.
No, she would have left out her pocketbook, phone, especially her kids.
It's amazing how they could make a murder trial this boring. This lady looks like she has passed out.
I don't think he meant to hurt her. We're trying to make things better. Maybe make this spot again.
didn't remember what I don't remember. Yeah.
Hola, Mr. Meathook. Welcome to the most boring thing you have done all day. We're just listening to white noise and then 5
Things
words.
just get a little too out of hand that night. Oh, the booze is flying, she's angry. You're trying to make things better. It's like friggin' perfect storm, you know, the vote.
Can you tell me what is wrong with me? Get this sudden feel when you are close to me.
What happened after she hit you with the glass?
Oh, glass! Finally.
Something that
Something that was made out of glass?
Well, goodness gracious me. I don't know that song, but that's the only one I kind of remember like that. Imagine if they cut out all of these breaks, it would have been a 2-hour trial.
Happened up something.
you remember the text or something. Oh,
You have a text thing. Yeah, this is the text. Yeah, just read the text again. So,
This was the text that you sent to your friend Kurt at 4:31 a.m. on Friday. I'm just going to read it to you again. It says, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
she was arguing in November, that's all I'm doing. As I said, constantly, but we keep going back to the time when she was so angry about, you know, what I did and what I've done, about talking to the lawyer about it was. She believed I was going to throw her and the kids out, which is not the way that I had in mind. If it would have all happened, my plan would have been in the school year.
Yeah, wouldn't it be in their interest to say just cut out all the breaks? Let's get through it. We don't want to bother the jury. They stipulated to the transcript, so they don't need the breaks. I don't know why.
They're obviously all finishing. And that she can go to Germany and sell the house later in the year and they will. But she believed something different. And she was very angry. And they came on over and over again. It's like she was trying also to reconcile and saying, let's do, you know, let's have a clean slate. Let's not talk about the old stuff all the time.
Why did you think she was being vindictive?
She would tell that about herself.
She would say that about herself?
Yeah. And sometimes actually, and then disappointed way about herself, because she would go all the way and pay back if somebody did something wrong to her. Go on her favorite saying was,
You didn't miss anything. They're just getting into the part where he's testifying that he did it. So you're the lucky one. The only part you missed was me reading parts of Plevin's book.
You talked to me, I talked about it. So,
Did anyone
you ever feel
pull
like
the
she
rule
was
of
being vindictive to you?
competence? No, if both sides stipulate to it, they should be allowed to. I know the rule of completion, but
we had an argument also early on, I'm not sure, a couple months in. And I went, that wasn't that room, I went downstairs. There was just a verbal argumentation going on. And a couple of drinks and looked unbundled around. And she found out because, I don't know, bundle, but they have to swipe and then you're kind of matching.
Yep.
And I just didn't talk to anybody. I just looked at them and swiped from left to right, left and right. And apparently, when I didn't even realize until the next morning when I actually checked what I was doing, that I matched with one of her girlfriends in separate. But I didn't talk to her. It was just the swipe match. And she was very angry about it. I called her right away, apologized, said sorry, it was just stupid stuff. I didn't really think much about it. And then she signed up on Bumble and actually matched with guys and talked. While I was sitting right there, just saying, feel how it feels. So I didn't want to talk to anybody. But she would actually talk.
Okay.
I found it a little vindictive instead of just let it go. But it's a small, unimportant episode, or in particular, if there was no conversation with anybody going on. I'm saying more talking or no dating or something. Anyway. I don't think the restraining order was necessary, for example. I wasn't, any kind of, could have handled divorce on a move like other couples and then figure things out. First thing she did. Restraining order. Some of the prior episodes were related to that. It's not an excuse, but getting, poked or provoked all the time. You take your phone away and say, please don't do that, please don't do that. Let me see what you do. Let me see who you're talking to. It's a move. But that frustrated me, was frustrated me, was time that she continued to do that. Although there was no evidence for her at all that I would have done anything. But she was very easy to believe, or she was very easy to believe that I was fooling around up there, which I did not do. Sometimes she would drive up on me and I said, hey, I have a little thing going on with a friend, we're going to have some burgers, and she didn't believe me. Then she followed me. Because she believed I wanted to. I was reading this fellow, it's a friend, male friend, and I had a burger. All this kind of stuff, saying that kind of builds up this time that you feel, what are you doing? Why are you so stressful? Why are you worrying all the time about me, and you and me, and things like that? It's one of the big problems in that relationship, that there was very little trust with each other in terms of, being faithful to each other. And again, I never really cheated on that at all. So anyway. So she has that. She knows that herself. And she would actually mention that. It's like, sometimes I think it goes a bit overboard.
There's not even a video. It's audio recorded, and they have a transcript. So again, they don't need all of it.
Unfortunately, I'm going for the full payback and beyond, just because I'm angry about certain things.
What makes you feel as though the restraining?
What brand are you getting? I need new earplugs. My charger keeps running low, and I have JBL. They're okay, but they're not great.
Order was unnecessary.
So again, I didn't see the need for that, because the episodes that were prior to that was, not needed. It wasn't right there, and then she had to close restraining order. She should put the restraining order out of, in my opinion, she wasn't afraid of me. She was not. She would actually argue with me even, the night before or 2 nights before the whole divorce thing happened. And as I said, if I did push her, it was typically related to something that, again, she got my phone again and checked it out without me giving permission to do that in terms of helping her do it or not. And again, there was nothing in there anyway, but just the fact that she constantly did that. So I don't know, to me it didn't feel, it was an immediate reaction to finding out that I'm looking to divorce, not because there was a violent thing and then she said, I'm going to file a restraining order. And that's what I'm trying to say, that there was time, significant time in between. And I looked into divorce, not she. You know what I'm saying? So she knew that, she found that actually out, then retaliate in terms of now the restraining order, you need to get out of here. and been following up with charges of stuff that was told her, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say that. But that Mr. Ingolf was clear. Move, you just remove me from the house just because. It's a very passionate relationship with both sides, kind of thing. I'm sure that makes sense to you guys. Pick on herself. She would be all in and very, very loving.
This guy is all of us.
Obviously, you could. I thought you would have a chance. Put that together.
We don't have Amazon in Denmark. Isn't Bill Belichick still active? Could be that.
I can see it. I can see it.
I'm trying.
I know.
Again, as I said, there was arguments.
Are you all concerned? I mean, think about what we've done. Are you concerned? I mean, are you concerned about what's going on? I mean,
Absolutely, I'm concerned. Why is it checked out? I don't know what election got affected. I don't know how it actually worked out. I don't know.
so you're gonna, that's not gonna, you're up there.
No. I don't know. It's a pretty long hike, so I'm not sure.
When we talked about earlier about gold digging, I'm sure this young lady that he picked up did it because of his wit, his humor, and yeah. I'm playing at 1.25.
Did you dry part of it or all of it?
I don't know. There you go. Can't remember. Remember again, arguments have been kind of in and out.
Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm gonna get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars, because we have somebody else's money to live high on the hook, right?
Typically, it does happen when she has a lot of works, so I think she comes off or something during the game, and you doubt again, that before, and then she turns off and goes angry.
Did she get out of control? Maybe she may have hit you, but was she out of control?
I believe so.
You have to keep your hands on her to calm her down or protect yourself.
I don't know.
I said, we just want to find it. We want to find it tonight. It's been a day and a half now.
She's gone. I'm sorry, guys.
Where can we find her?
Tell them where she can be found.
Where should I send her? We just want to break forward with those kids. That's what we want to do right now. That's our goal. We can't do it without you, without your help.
Yeah, the big courtroom they normally use are being used for the voir dire of the jury today in the Reed case.
Just help me, Harry. Help me out there. Help me get to voting on this tonight. Help me out.
I'm with you on that one, Forrest Gump.
Tell me something you can remember.
Because that little pieces in terms of arguing,
Oh, I've been to Arlington. That's a cool place. I think we had Mexican food in Arlington, me and the kids.
I know you're trying. I can see you trying. I know it. I know it.
Must have somehow remembered.
Going to Washington, it takes you 7 hours to fly over there. It'll be fine. Now you can go pester him all the time. My brother went to high school in the US, and one or two of his buddies got married to American ladies as well.
Take your time. I know this is difficult.
Can we get to the confession?
She's angry, you know.
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the country you're going to. So you can look forward to that.
Tell me what happened after she beat the glass.
I guess.
Did you hear back? Tell me about that. I said, tell me about it.
You should come down.
Second, I'm going to second, please, sir.
So should we come back?
Well, online read, then stop calling two places Washington. Why didn't you call D.C. Franklinburg? Because he was the first president, so that would have made sense. Well, I've never been to Washington State. I won't help people deny that Ben Franklin was the first and greatest president of the United States. Washington was a Swedish usurper who cheated in war. Online read, it's always your fault. Always. If it's not Jamie's, it's yours. But I like the Arlington part of Washington, D.C. Well, I call Washington Washington because that's the capital. It's the same thing with New York, Manchester, Newcastle, all the, you run out of British names and you just started reusing them. How many Springfields are there in America? Oh, you read my mind. 33 Springfields. That's almost half the states that has a Springfield. No, 52 divided. No, so it's more than half the states. It's almost 2/3. So all the way up there, known for its apples.
Tell me how you think you heard it. Go ahead.
I think I did or something.
My parents went to Mount Vernon. I'm sorry, Mr. Meathook, but your president, President Obama, said there's 52 states, and I believe him way more than some people in chat. As the experts always say, don't read chat. Well, Washington crossed the river in the winter while the Hessians were having a Christmas party. That's cheating. Swedish tactics. I've been to Geneseo in Illinois. That's about as flat as Denmark. That's still not 52. I hope so. I really hope something happens.
Do you know where you grabbed her?
No, they were just soldiers for the king's army, and then the usurpers cheated at war. But imagine living in a country that had to have help from France to win their independence. No such thing, right?
When they grabbed you, remember what happened next?
At least it's dinner time soon.
Maybe must have made snap or something. I don't know.
You get in the bed, you go in the bathroom, you get in the closet.
I don't know. I was on the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
What?
I said, I think it was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in bed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's in the bed on the neck, I believe. I'm not sure either.
What happened after you grabbed her?
Turn off your phone.
It's all black. It's all black. It's on the first. It's all black.
She passed out, and then she fought back. What do you think? What happened?
How much are we regretting that it's a full day today when this is the tempo it's going in?
What did she hit you back? Right? Yeah. Okay. You do that. We're going to take a short break. It's 7:29 p.m. We'll stop the recording now. Okay, it's Saturday, May 16, 2020. It's 8:12 p.m. We are restarting our interview. We're in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Kotoski, Kotskai. I work on the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. With me here is
Detective Rich Fuller of Dedham PD.
and we're with
Ingolf Tuerk
Ingolf, can you just spell your last name for us?
Tuerk.
And just for the record, Ingolf, we've been calling you Harry. That's okay with you? That's just the nickname, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to continue our conversation that we took a break from.
You missed our conversation about how many states there are in the United States, 52. How you became a nation with the help of the French. Imagine having the French help you win a war. And how they didn't recognize Benjamin Franklin as your first president, which I personally find is typical Swedish behavior by George Washington.
So, Harry, I just wanted to touch upon some of the coverage going to the hotel for the past week. And let's just start with Thursday. All right, today's Saturday, 2 days ago Thursday. Now, earlier you said you thought you may have spent the night Wednesday to Thursday at the house in Dover.
Yeah.
Did you go to the hotel on Thursday at all in the morning? Do you remember going to the hotel?
I think I did on the way from Staples, yeah.
Okay.
But again, it's difficult for me to really remember stuff, but I think I did.
Okay, so you think Wednesday night you sleep in Dover, Thursday sometime in the morning you go to Staples?
I had to go to Staples, fix things up, yeah, in Dedham.
In Dedham?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you think you went back to the hotel?
I actually briefly went to the hotel, not exactly why and what I was looking for, but I think I did.
Okay. What were you driving when you
The Jeep.
you driving the Jeep? Now I know you told me before you drove the Mercedes up from Florida. Were you the past week? Have you been driving the Jeep often? Like how often were you driving the Jeep?
Pretty much every day.
Driving the Jeep every day. Okay. And the Mercedes.
We never was shown the nudes because the guy who asked for them was told no.
Where?
At the hotel?
It's parked at the hotel. So you've been taking the Jeep from the hotel, Dover, and wherever else you go.
Jack, you have to say April Fools.
And what door would you primarily use to enter the hotel? What door? Would you go to the main lobby?
Main lobby, yeah.
Every time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you exit your room?
Sorry?
And what route would you take exiting your hotel room?
Same way. To the elevator and then through the main lobby.
Okay. So you never took the stairwell just to the right side?
Yeah, it faces the main road, which is on Elm Street.
So you never took the stairwell, you always take the elevator down to
Yes.
the lobby and move that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Thursday about noon, you think, Harry, you went to the hotel about noon, right?
Yeah.
Something like right.
No, I just want,
Late morning or something?
yeah. That's the time you swiped in your room on the cards. I just looked, yeah, it was 12:30.
Okay.
I know that's not something important in my overly right up today, but yeah, Thursday, you went there Thursday about 12:30.
But you don't know why you went there, grab a bag or something, you know?
No, I'm sorry, I think I was
Not on YouTube.
looking for sunglasses or something. I'm not sure exactly why. I remember I went looking for something, but
I wasn't yelling. I was telling her that it was her fault. Jamie isn't around to get the blame anymore.
I can't recall exactly what it was. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. And that was the only time you were at the hotel on Thursday, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back to Dover?
Yes.
And you spent the rest of the day in Dover, right?
Correct.
And had Katie been driving the Jeep too, or just you?
Sorry, what?
Was Katie driving the Jeep too, or just you?
I believe yes.
Yes?
Yeah. But she wasn't leaving the house much because of COVID-19.
So she would just take it to run errands and stuff like that?
Yeah, although again, I was running mostly errands right now.
So for the past week, you've been mostly in that Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, the scratches in your arms and legs. Would it be okay with you if I take a couple photos with my cell phone? So we have that on record? That's okay with you?
I don't know, so should I do something else? I don't know. You're
Well,
asking so much, yeah.
I mean, I would like to just document that you have scratches on you with a photo.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, if you would mind if I take a photo? It's okay? All right, let's just do that real quick so we get that out of the way.
Corey, you are very, very late. We are all begging that at 1 o'clock we will get a lunch break. It's been so boring today. 3 hours of listening to a tape about nothing.
Can you take your socks off? Yeah.
Nobody knows the reason why. Nobody knows but defense. Nobody knows when the admission will come. But let us hear he did it. Remember when you had those white tennis socks with the 2 stripes on? They were called fast fucker socks in Denmark, because that's when you are effing too fast to get your socks off.
Can you look your shirt up past your biceps so I can see if you really want that? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You heard me.
Can you just open up your hands for me? Can you bring your hand over?
No, we kept our socks on. That's clean. No toe cheese.
Okay, let me see your right arm. Can you lift your shirt up so I can see your arm? There's no scratching up your arm.
This is the worst part of having a boring trial. I get to say all the stuff I shouldn't say online.
Okay, I know you said you got a little cut on your forehead. You think that might have been from possibly glasses, right?
I'm not sure.
Which kind of
I think
photo
with
is that?
something.
Sounds like a clean injury, okay? Not like this. That's it.
This one. Oh, yeah. The other switch.
Yeah. Want to do it face that way? Yeah. That's it. That's it right there, right above your left side. You ever right there too? Oh yeah. You want to do that for me? I'll put your hair over. Yeah, watch that. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Well, I noticed when you looked over your left hand, you had those cuts on your wrist.
You don't get this on Lawn and Trim.
You remember how that was happening? No?
I really don't remember.
You think that was self-inflicted?
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You don't know? You know when that occurred?
I really, I don't know. I really don't remember. It's a lot of stuff.
Gilman,
Are
could
you
you
a
pause,
big-
please? Your Honor, would that be convenient, Scott? When you
Sure.
stop for lunch?
Yes. 850.
Yes, the top of page 51.
All right, Ferris, gonna take the lunch recess.
When are we coming back?
All right, please, for the next.
Well, we're probably back at 1. Now they're not saying it, so I'm just going to redirect you to the afternoon section. And normally I do a recap of what had happened for the people who are late arrivers, but nothing, absolutely nothing has happened today. We had a receptionist tell us that I rented him a room at the Hilton Hyatt somewhere, and gave the missus a key card as well. And then we had Trooper Kotoski, who is also connected to the Karen Reed case because he was in the message thread from Proctor talking about looking for nudes. Didn't say anything against it. Didn't get any disciplinary actions as far as I know. I think the most entertaining parts today have been discussing how many states are in the U.S., reading excerpts of Plevin's book, Marissa writing Plevin, asking for the rights to use his book, and him answering back, giving the wrong name. He couldn't even spell Marissa's name correctly. I think that's the highlights of my day. And it's been a 4-hour stream. Hopefully we'll get to the part where he said, I did it, and we can move on. Couldn't the judge just have ordered the jurors to listen to the recording on earbuds during lunch? Won't he think of the children and us? Yeah, but then they will have to cut out the 3 hours of nothing that's been on the tape with 2 minutes of talking. Oh. Plevin did suck. That's why I have Marissa. Marissa likes annoying people. Yeah, and he couldn't give me the rights to read his books because it's owned by the publishing company. The publishing company who has a website that looks like it was made when Brandon was still in his knickerbockers trying to get some tail on MySpace. It's probably the worst website I've seen in a long time. This is their official website. They don't even have Plevin's book on the front page. They do have one on the Delphi murders. They have award-winning titles. This is the renowned publishing company. Submit your book proposal. Romance submissions. I can submit my proposal here, and this part of the website looks normal. No, I don't want your newsletter. Shut up. Then Mo can write. She likes the dirty novels. No out-of-pocket expenses for author. Our low production costs are shared between the author and Wild Blue Press, but come entirely from royalty post-publication. Our publishing agreement is thoroughly transparent and has undergone meticulous review by over 200 industry experts, including agents, attorneys, and fellow authors. high royalty percentage. We offer royalty rates that consistently meet and exceed those provided by traditional publishers and other indie publishers. We commence issuing royalties reports 6 months after publication and initiate royalty payments at that point. Massive distribution. Our print ebooks and audiobooks are distributed by stalwarts in the industry who place the product in all major retailers and run constant promos for them. Anyone, if that is true and you go to your local bookstore tomorrow and you see a copy of Storm of Suspicion, A Fairy Tale by Plevin, please take a picture of it, because I don't think they're gonna bank heavily on Plevin's book. He can't get basic facts right, and his English is worse than mine. Lucky number Plevin. I could give men's world champions in curling updates. Well, Denmark isn't present, so no reason. If a juror wears pink, they will be told to change it or cover it up. I want to get cancelled. Oh, no. All those book covers look fake. It looks like a lot of Photoshop. They got a template that they just chuck it into. I actually want to read that. It sounds interesting. Yeah, but I don't have Marissa's email. She has mine because she has access to it. So if she gets mad, I get on all the weird websites. Self-publish. And again, if I ever get to the end of my book about this case and I put it on Buy Me a Coffee, I can put an ebook on Buy Me a Coffee. I think my Bacardi book is on Buy Me a Coffee for $1 or something like that. And I could sell it, I don't know how long it's going to be, probably a couple of 100 pages with the tempo I'm writing right now. And I sold it for $2.50. Let's just say that. I bet you there will be more sales than that if I promoted it on every stream and made a little one of those QR thingies that people could say, oh, interesting book. Then Plevin being left off the front page of some advertiser that you have to, and I don't know what the split is on that company. It's probably something like 60-40, 75-25 or something. In that region, that they get paid up front. And I love that you'll get your money in 6 months. You can just self-publish on Amazon and you can get your money. I don't know. Iris can write a book on how many miles in Denmark. She could. Yeah, but we don't get crappy American books. We get like Brad Thor or books about your president or stuff like that. We don't get I'm a delusional thumb lookalike in an addict. Most of Harry Carr's books are self-published. And self-publishing is a great deal if you have an inbuilt audience like you do when, and again, I'm the idiot because KP had 300 people watching her. I didn't breach 200 today, so I am but a lonely grifter who doesn't do anything right. But if you have an inbuilt audience, this is what a lot of the comic book YouTubers started doing. There was Eric July who made a comic book company because now all of a sudden they would show the world what real comic books were. And yeah, he had some success. I think he sold one of his titles for like 3 million worth of copies, and then everyone gets into that grift. It's kind of like selling coffee, but if you're going, another guy then used Eric July's company and he sold books for 275,000 or something like that, and it didn't even turn a profit because the overhead is so big. That's why if you can do ebooks, you can write. And again, if you're a good writer, I'm not. I'm dyslexic and I barely pass school, but if you can do that and you can keep the price low, you have an inbuilt audience. You can make a couple of $100 here and there on books, and it doesn't have to be big books. You can just some writers have pamphlet-sized books about a very specific topic. When Nick did the piece on the Odinism, he could have had a self-published book about Odinism. Make a few bucks there if he wanted to do it. Thought Playboy was the only book still published. That, the Bible, and the IKEA catalog. Yeah, and Eric July made a ton of money on it. The people who published through him didn't make as much. And it seemed he might have had a little bit more overhead than they might have expected. So, but that's the game. If you want to come out in paper form, you're gonna pay the price. And I bet you the reason why Plevin didn't self-publish is because he wanted the paperbacks. And if he wanted the paperbacks, he would have to do the Gosney thing and pay for them before he sold them. And that's a risky business, because if your inbuilt audience don't want to read your book, you're left with a whole lot of kindling for the winter. Oh, he's only dropped like, what is it, 75% or something like that? That's a slight decline. What's an Eric July? Eric July is a book, cartoon writer and publisher. Famous for his feud with Ethan Van Sciver, who's also a comic book artist. No, you need to make kid merch. My son will make me pay $5 for a Mr. Beast candy bar that tastes like expired dollar stood for. Well, whenever I become a millionaire and move to the Americas and can get into that, we can put all the chemicals we want into things. I'll open my baker's baked goods where nothing is baked. I should. What state can you open a dispensary in? Asking for a friend. Imagine having Baker's Baked Vape Shop selling e-liquids with... Brandon, let's talk numbers. We're doing this. People who are complaining about the heroic, helpful, and sometimes even nice Danish people in our Nordic society is probably on a Signal app talking to Agent Orange. They might be. Well, I won't be in Massachusetts because I would be banged up by Proctor, well, not Proctor, Higgins the first day. Montana. That's very far away from everything. Lego is from Denmark. You can't buy Lego wheat. You can't do that. EVS knows how to have fun. Oh, yeah, I didn't catch that. Again, I'm dyslexic, so I didn't see that, and then I found out. There's no internet in Montana. Okay. Feastables are €3 here for a 60-gram bar. It's way too expensive for that low quality. No one buys it. I've never seen a Feastable. I don't think it'll meet the food requirements we have in Denmark. So we probably wouldn't be able... I've seen Mr. Beast chocolate bars, but the Prime energy drink, we can only get, I think, 2 of them because the high-dose caffeine there was too much chemicals in it. Canton PD audit has been released, and I don't believe it's an April 1st joke. I bet you they found out that they did great. She is just kidding. We know you are in Montana. And you are on the internets. She's just mean. The chocolate is Feastables. What's the crappy ones? No, that's Lunchables. Lunchables. Sorry, I got it wrong. You wrote a chapter in the Boston Main Railroad field manual how to properly build a switch. Never got one red cent. Isn't it just sending your kids out to get it themselves? Well, it's not like this case is going fast anywhere. No, his mother-in-law is from Sweden, the less attractive Scandinavian country. That's not true. We just found out today there's people in Washington, Oregon. I think there's someone in North Dakota as well. I know there's people in Colorado. Danny T is in Utah. That's just down the road. It's like this far from you. Idaho, I'm not sure. Do we have anyone from Idaho? Arizona, I don't know why it's on here because it's not a state. Riveting television. But no, you have a lot of people close to you. Washington, Oregon, Utah, and Colorado. And I believe South Dakota. So, should meet up. Ginger is from Minnesota. That's not that close. Lunchables isn't allowed in Europe, I think. No, I don't think any of these crappy foods are allowed. Danny T is in Utah. So you talk to her all the time. You should know her better. And it's because, I think you get it confused because MG is in Oregon. So I think that's why you confuse yourself. Danny T is in Utah. MG is in Oregon. So don't believe the hype about Colorado. It's not a real place. How do you know? Boom. Is April Fool's Day a thing in Denmark? Yes, it is. That's why I made my invoice to the Karen Reed defense team to pay me for my grifting. We saw American Primeval a couple of days ago. It said in Utah, looks super, especially now that the Mormons stopped tricking American army into war with the Native Americans. Is this Danish Lake Chagag? Sounds Welsh. I do know her better. She was born in Utah. She lives in Colorado. She's not here to defend herself. Well, like Jamie, if she's not here, I will decide what's real. North Dakota is the Newfoundland of America. Is Newfoundland in America? Or is that Canadian? Am I wrong? Denmark found Newfoundland. How many stars should there be on the American flag? Well, there should be 52, because you have 52 states, which is a lie. You have 56 states, 58 states, and 4 commonwealths. So, but as you treat the commonwealths the same way, and apparently the White Rabbit hate commonwealth. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is, but it's a big problem for her. But you should have 52 stars in your flag. Old Glory, as it's named. It's named after... No, I can't say that. That would be too much. Salty Dog is in Newfoundland. I should have done a trip to Vegas. I might have had a slight gambling problem, so Vegas isn't my stuff. You've already been to Tennessee and you haven't seen the Western U.S., you could go to Lake Tahoe, beaches in Cali, and the Grand Canyon. I don't want to go to California. I've never seen any. It's not my place. I would like to go to Wyoming. I think I might like to go to Montana as well to get the cowboy experience. Colorado to see Brian Shaw. I think that's then I'm west of the Mississippi, and I think those places would suit me better than California is just not my place. Because they try to be socialist, hate Commonwealth. So you hate most things. No, he's in Oregon. I don't know. Do you know you had a president called Barack Obama? I have heard him say you have 52 states, and I think he is a very well-educated man, so he knows better than you. As someone who knows, should we turn Greenland into a giant gitmo or deport everyone to Denmark and build a winter wonderland? You probably have a big problem with 1 and 3 because it's very inhabitable because most of Greenland is covered with 3 kilometers of ice. So you can only build at very small places near the coastline. That's the big problem. Everyone is always saying, well, they have a ton of minerals. Yeah, but they have 3 kilometers of ice on top of it. That's going to cost a heck of a lot more to get it out than it's worth. So it's not going to be that wonderful adventure that people thought back in the day. Turning it into Gitmo, I don't know. You have a big air base up there. You could probably chuck some people in there. Only problem, stay away from the part where you dropped a nuke bomb. A couple of years back, it was an accident. The plane crashed. Other than that, let the Greenlanders live in Greenland. Just send them the 4 billion we used to send them. And you can take care of that problem. Give them an army, a navy, a police, a healthcare system, school system. They don't have any of that when we leave. MG wouldn't be caught dead in Oregon. No one can convince me Oklahoma and Oregon isn't the same place. Oh, that's why he has his little volcano. Yeah, back in the hot period in the Middle Ages, it was okay. Does Bev have any say in what jurors stay or go? Only if they clearly are biased or can't, but she will have to confer with both sides first. Who cares how much it costs? Well, I care because we paid $4 billion a year. I've been invited to the Basque region of Spain. Here it's beautiful. Ever been there? No, I'm not a big... when we go to Spain, we normally go to the islands. I've been to Mallorca, I've been to Tenerife, Lanzarote twice, I think. No, Tenerife twice. Mainland Spain, I've never been. But Basque Country should be beautiful. It's right near the Pyrenees. So that could be a wonderful place to go. Of course you can. Yeah. And again, we could fund a fifth of our school system with the money we save. You're not sending me any money, Sue. Well, Zach, that's the problem when you used to be great at going and conquering places. Well, we actually didn't conquer Greenland. We found it. No one lived there. Then the ice, the Middle Age, Ice Age came back and the population decreased. And then the Inuits from Canada walked over. That's funny that they are now the indigenous people, even though Norwegian and Danish were the first. But back then, you could live, and it's just because we are upholding our sovereignty to keep the Ruskies out of your northern waters. So you can thank us. We have two guys, not two guys, we have two dog sleds running around on the ice, and they keep the Ruskies out, and you never ever thank us. How many times have you been attacked over the ice? Zero. Who makes sure of that? The Sirius Patrol. So you better remember that in your evening prayers. Those strong men on their dog sleds. Our king used to be a part of that military operation. Actually quite cool. They think that the round trip takes months. I can't remember how many. And they can't really be supplied because it's just ice. Yeah, a man who got thrown out of his own country and found a new one. Didn't Norway have the last place where the woolly mammoth lived? I believe there was a small island up near... Am I wrong? Was it Canada? No, I believe it's a Norwegian island where they had the last woolly mammoths. But everyone, we're back in half an hour-ish to get to the end of this riveting tale. Oh.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think